Oops. Hello, everyone. Hope you're having a good day today. It's very echoey in here today. But today is a special day because today is all subscriber-voted puzzles. And so, in fact, actually, both today and Friday are subscriber-voted puzzles. So if you're not aware how this works, or not subscriber-voted, donor-voted, patron-voted, whatever, the supporter-voted puzzles. So if you're not aware how this works, you can support the channel by clicking join below, and you can see many people in chat have done that. They're the ones with the green names and everything. I am now somehow going off the top of the camera. I adjusted this, I swear, just a second ago. Configure video. Let me move myself down. That's the wrong way. Let's try that way. Now I'm going to slouch and I'm going to be coming off the bottom of the frame. That's usually how it works. But yes, so the supporters who supported a certain level, the windmill or higher level, they get to vote on puzzles out of the bucket of a bajillion million puzzles that I might do. And I start every stream with the puzzle that was voted for. But the past few streams I've been doing puzzles people made for my 100th stream, so I haven't done that. So to make up for it, today and Friday, I'm doing all voted on puzzles. If you do already have voting privileges and you want, you can go in and probably get sway what puzzles get done today. I've already pulled up the first two, so this one has the most votes. This Dyer puzzle had the second most votes, so we're going to do these two. But if you would like to either break the tie or conspire together to make every puzzle have exactly 7 votes, as my subscribers often seem to do, whichever you want to do, feel free to do that. I did want to give a special welcome. Math Pesto has become a windmill, so I'm excited to have them on board as well, so they can start voting. Their puzzles are always very popular with... Wow, then my brain went away. Their puzzles are always very popular with the voters. Alrighty, so we're going to start with the puzzle Leven by Mormagli, which is delightful because it combines Renban and black dots, which I think I have said more than once. If I were to pick 2 Sudoku mechanics that I think are the best, I think black dots and Renban are exactly those. I think Renban are a little better, but I think black dots are very good in terms of very interesting. Just to explain how these work, if you've not seen them before, the way a black dot works is that the 2 digits on the black dot have to have a ratio of 2 to 1. So 1 has to be double than the other, so 8 and 4 would be fine. I have nothing against a well-constructed anti-knight puzzle, Andrew Sarkis. I'm not part of the anti-knight hate train. I mean, I am, but only from the setting point of view, because setting with it is a nightmare, not from a solving point of view. Like, I'll throw those sorts of things in there. Purple lines are Renban. They have to contain a string of consecutive digits in any order. So, for example, they could contain 2, 4, 3, 5. These form the string of consecutive digits. 3. I was trying to make them not in order, but I didn't succeed in making them not in order. But they form the sequence 2, 3, 4, 5, which is consecutive. So that's how purple dots work. So the thing I'm drawn to immediately is that in this box, one of these has to be a 3, 6. By the way, we need a betting tree. Has anyone who's done this puzzle have a good idea of where a betting tree would go? If not, I will just pick one. But if anyone does, then I will do that. Now, one of these has to be 3, 6 because the only digits that can go on black dots are 1, 2, 4, 8, and 3, 6. But 1, 2, 4, 8, if I can't use a 1, I can only put a 4 on one of these. So actually, I should also note one of these has a 4 on it as well. Let's see. Row 6, column 5, says Kodak. Done. Yes, Memerister makes a good point. which is that people should like the stream if you've not done so already. It is greatly appreciated. It helps people find the stream, and I really like seeing a bunch of new folks around, and I think a lot of the new folks coming to the stream, by the way, welcome if you're a new folk, but I think a lot of the new folk coming to the stream are because I've been making a bigger push to have people like the stream, so please like the stream. It would be much appreciated. So one of these is either a 2-4 or a 4-8, and the other is a 3-6. Now, whichever one is a 3-6, actually, even the other one's interesting, but whichever one is a 3-6 is interesting because I can't make a Renban work without a length 4 Renban work without a 3 or a 6. Yeah, there are no, so that is correct. Yeah, so every Renban needs to have, every length 4 Renban, which is all the Renban in this puzzle, needs to have a 3 or a 6 on it. Which means that whichever of these is 3-6, it looks down and puts a 3-6 pair into these two cells. Which is quite interesting. So either this pair is a 3-6 pair, or this pair is a 3-6 pair. I feel like I probably should know which, but I don't yet see how I'm supposed to know which, but I'll figure it out eventually. Let's see. So I guess this is the dot that's kind of interesting, maybe, possibly. Right. Oh, wait, no. Right. This dot can't be 3-6. And the reason why is it's a follow-up to the thing I just said. If this dot was 3-6, it would make this dot 3-6, because again, one of these is 3-6, and if this is 3-6, it looks at this and says that's not. So these would both be 3-6. But that's a huge problem, because if this is 3-6, I've just said this is a 3-6 pair, so this can't be 3-6 without putting a 3-6 triple in the box. So that means that this black dot is from 2, 4, 8, and definitely has a 4 on it, which means there's not a 4 there. So that's very interesting. Oh yeah, I guess FJam makes a good point. The whole way I proved all of this was that, the whole way I proved the thing I started with was that every length 4 Renban has a 3 or a 6. So rather than making the convoluted argument about these being a 3-6 pair, I could have just said this length 4 Renban is completely contained in this box. And so if this was 3-6, it would be a huge problem. Okay. Yes, and every length 4 Renban has a 4 or an 8 as well, which is now relevant for knowing what this is. Because if I don't use 4 or 8, again, I'm stuck using 1, 2, 3, or 5, 6, 7, or 9 by itself. So this can't be 4, 8, is Jay's point. So this, in fact, we know is a 2, 4 flavor of dot, which now means that this dot, or this Renban is from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and definitely contains 6, 7, and 8, no matter how it's structured. Puts a lot of restriction on what this digit can be. I'm going to write in the candidates even though it's silly. So this is a 3, it's not a 4, could be a 5, it's not a 6, 7, or 8, or it's a 9. Those are the only options. And this can't really be a 3 either, because if this was a 3, then I would need to put... Oh, could I just? Maybe I can just get by with this, this being a 3. I'm not going to be able to after I use Screaming Ice Cube's point, though. Which is, where does 1 go in this column? Because we've now articulated that 1 can't go on this. So now 1 in this column goes here. So as soon as 1 goes on this Renban, this has to have 1, 2, 3, 4 on it. Oh, it could just be 3 there and 4 there, couldn't it? This could still, I think, annoyingly be able to get by without being 3. So now if there's a 4 on this Renban, it can't be 4, 8. Sorry, it can't be 2-4. It would have to be 4-8. In order for it not to break this Renban. Because if this were a 2-4 black dot, it would make a 1-2-3-4 quintuple. That's too many 1-2-3-4s. Which is interesting, but I don't quite know what to do with it yet. I do know that 1 is in one of these two cells, and this certainly isn't a 1 for a variety of reasons. Let's see. No, I don't think I need a heater today, but thank you, Tristan. Okay, so the same argument I made over here actually applies to this dot. I just didn't apply it. This dot also can't be 3-6 because it would break this Renban. So this is again 2-4 for exactly the same reason, really, as this one was 2-4. So this is also not a 4. So we've actually got, we've got the 4 is in one of these. Let's see. And so now we get to do the same thing with 1, which is to say, where does 1 go in row 1? Well, it can't go on this Renban anymore because there's a 2-4 pair. So this is now also 1-2-3-4. That's not the 1. So neither of these can be 2-4. So in fact, we actually now know that this is a 3-6-4-8. And we, because that's the only thing it can be, that can't be 4, so that can't be 8. This can't be, this can't be 4, so that can't be 8. So we've got that whole potpourri of things. So that is very interesting as well. I know that 1 in this box is a little bit restricted. I mean, it's certainly not there. Could 1 even possibly be here? No. If 1 was here, this couldn't be anything. So 1's actually placed in this box. I think 1 in this box only goes here. So I think we have to bring in our digit dancing penguin. Because we have now placed a 1. Apologies to the 1 betters on the bet cell, but we can bring out our digit dancing penguin to dance for the 1. Woohoo! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. I know the 1 dance and the 8 dance always take the most energy, so sorry, not the 1 dance and the 8 dance. The 1 dance and the 9 dance are the ones that take the most energy. So one of these Renban has a 3 on it, and it's not this one. Because if this Renban had a 3 on it, what would happen is that it would need a 4, and it can't have 1. So there's a 3 exactly in one of these two cells, which means that there's a 4 in one of these two cells. And I bet we need a 5 somewhere, but I don't quite know where the 5 is yet. So, yeah, so we've got that 1. Oh, right. Yes. Very well spotted. Welcome, Bootanks, by the way. I think it's Bootanks. I'll attempt to make it Bootanks. But if I'm pronouncing it horribly wrong, let me know. But welcome. It is correct. This cannot be a 4, because if this were a 4, I would have my 1-2-3-4 quintuple again. So that's a 4. So now that's a 2, and that's a 4. So I can't have any digits. I can't have any 2s on this Renban at all. So I actually know what its contents are. So its contents are 3, 4, 5, 6. And I know that's the 4. I know one of these two is the 3, so that's not the 3. Although I suppose I could have done that more elegantly by saying there's a 1-2-3-4 triple in here. I know there's a 6 on this Renban? I'm pretty sure I know there's a 6 on this Renban. Because if there's not a 6 on this Renban, then it's got to be 7, 8, 9, which is not a good thing. So this Renban needs to have a 6 on it in order for the world to work. I guess, again, I should have just said this the way I said it before. I keep missing saying this the elegant way. Every length 4 Renban needs a 3 or a 6. The 3 in this box is down here, therefore this one needs a 6. And therefore there's no 6 here, which means there is a 6 here. So this is not 6. And so that's not 3. And so therefore I know what's on this Renban now. So this Renban is now 6, 7, 8, 9. That's still not the 6. Let's see. If this was a 4, 8, these would be a 4, 8 pair. If this was a 3, 6... Oh, this can't be a 3, 6 is the point. Because now the 6 in this box is now in this row. And so that rules the 6 off of this. So no 6 here, if I can get to the right tool. No 6 there. And if there's no 6, there's no 3 either. So this is an 8 and a 4, and that's the 3 and the 6, if I put it in the right way. So that's going to give me a whole bunch of stuff. It's going to make this a 6 and a 3. Over there. These aren't 8. Oh, this reminds me, by the way, I should have mentioned that I have a new puzzle that I published, and I just didn't mention it. This is now the 4 on this Renban. This is now the 8 on this Renban. But anyway, I have a new puzzle posted on LMD. Tristan can post the link. It is called Cat's Cradle, and it is a 3-star weird region sum line puzzle with mean minis and multiple grids and that kind of thing. Anyway, this is a 5. So as we sort of leisurely work across these things, these aren't 6, and I don't really need the 7 or the 8. I don't really need the 1. This isn't a 9 anymore for sure. Martin enjoyed the Cat's Cradle. I was really happy with how it came out, and also really happy that it came out being not particularly difficult. I think some people were saying 2 stars, but I think it probably takes more than 2 stars to get your brain around what's happening, but it's not, it unfolds fairly nicely, and I'm sure someone will set a version of it that is a 5-star version on a similar grid. Probably, knowing Jay Dyer, it will probably be Jay Dyer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see, 5 or 8. Okay, so that's a 7, 9 pair, which tells me that's a 2. It does really feel surprising that it solves. I completely agree that there's not that much going on. Hey, Melissa, welcome. Melissa also points out that I have a 3 in box 6. Yes, I do have a 3 in box 6. That's excellent. So that is a 3. Therefore, this needs a 4. There's no way I do this without a 4. The 4 has to go there. So now I can't have a 2. So this is 5, 6. As a pair. That has, thank you, Sven, filled in some of those digits. That is not a 4. This is now a 7 or a 9, I suppose. Going pretty well here. I'm excited that my usual Thursday morning meeting has been canceled, so I am quite happy about that. These are a 1, 5 pair, if I did that right. So these are a 7, 8, 9 triple with that cell. This Renban doesn't have a 4 on it now because there's a 4 looking at it from all the directions. So this is from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It definitely needs to have an 8 on it, though. And if it definitely needs to have an 8, because it can't have a 4, the 8 goes there. Again, I should have phrased this. This is such an elegant puzzle that I feel like I'm missing the elegant explanation. Every length 4 Renban needs a 4 or an 8. It doesn't have a 4, therefore it has an 8. Where does the 8 go? Only there. Is the way I'm doing it. It definitely also has a 6 and a 7, but those 6 and 7 are now vertical, so then now look at that cell. Doing that, which is gorgeous. So now these aren't 9, so now we actually know it's a 5, 6, 7. This is a very well put together puzzle. These are a 1, 3 pair, and I know the order actually. So we've got that. That is not an 8. This Renban now can't have a 4 on it, so it has to have an 8 on it. Sadly, the 8 on it can go in 2 places, I believe. It's in one of those 2. Now this Renban can only have its 4 or 8 here, so this cell is a 4 or an 8. Oh, there is an 8 on this Renban in this column. I was going to try and do the same trick, but actually I know there's an 8 here. Yes, it is a new feature that if you turn it on, you can enable it in settings. I can't tell you where. Oh, I think it's there. You can enable check pencil marks, and it will redify things that can't actually work. This Renban... Wait. I was going to say this Renban can't have a 6 on it, but actually this Renban has to have a 6 on it. And the 6 can't go there. So the 6 goes in this column. But the reason why that's interesting is, it gets me this digit, but now this Renban needs a 7 and it can't go there. So the 7 that this Renban needs is actually there. So now that's a 9 and a 7 and a 9. So we get that. It is a really... I should turn on row and column numbers. That is a good thing. What on earth is Fog of War animation? I think this concerns that Meme Rister video I haven't had a chance to figure out yet. I'm just going to enable it just to see what happens. It might not do anything. I don't know. So this is a 9. These aren't 9. That's not 7. And we do, by the way, for those of you who have been wanting this for your whole lives, we do now have the option to use multiple palettes. It's not... okay, so it's a thing for setters to let you slowly reveal information or something. Interesting. The new colors update is currently, I would just say bad, but it's going to get there. For sure. This Renban doesn't have a 7 on it now, and so if this doesn't have a 7, it therefore, of 4 and 8, the thing on it needs to be a 4. So one of these 2 digits has to be a 4. Let's see. I'm intrigued. I've been meaning to watch this video that Meme Rister put out, but I have not gotten to yet. Oh, this Renban doesn't have a 5 on it. That's the key thing. So this Renban doesn't have a 5 on it. I think this is what Martin was telling me before. So this is 6, 8, 9 because of the lack of 5. And so if this is 6, 8, 9, this digit's not a 6. And these digits are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This isn't a 3 or a 7. This can only be a 2 or a 5. That's not a 1. I probably should have not done that, but whatever. Live life with no regrets or something. I know this is the 4 and 8. Oh, it can't be an 8 anymore. Because if this was an 8, I would need to put 7s over here, and I can't. So this is a 4. This is a 2, a 1, and a 4. Well, Tallcat, today... we are just repeatedly doing the puzzle with the most votes. So I pulled the first 2 with the most votes, and then I will go back and reconsult. So if you want to now even further affect the outcome, you can do that. Let's see. This is a 6 or an 8. It's not an 8 because there's an 8 looking at it. So this is the 6, and that's the 8. This is a delightful puzzle. This is a 1 and a 2, I want to say. These are a 5 and something else. A 5 and then a 3 or a 7. Oh, but it's not a 7 because there's a 7 in the box. So I bet then it's a 2 and a 3. No. I bet it's a 3 and a 5. I'll get there eventually. That's not a 3. That's not a 5. Okay, so these digits include a 1, a 2, no 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and an 8 and a 9. So this digit cannot be possibly an 8 or a 9. because it's on a Renban with a 4, and therefore this Renban has a 1-2 pair on it, which means this digit needs to be a 3 in order for this Renban to work. And so I now have a 1-2 pair in the column, which means this isn't 1 or 2. This isn't 1 or 9. That's not 9, while we're taking advantage of Sven scanning. Speaking of Sven scanning, this has somehow become not a 5. Because there's 1 in the box. Who would have known? So that's an 8 and a 7. An 8 and a 7. These aren't 7 anymore. Those are a 2-3 pair, but we should be careful not to fill in that column or bad things will happen. That's a 1-2 pair, so that's an 8 and a 9. That is not an 8. The other 1-2 in this column has to be here, because there's no way I put a 1 or a 2 on a length 4 Renban with a 7 or an 8. And I point that out because it gets me a 1-2 pair in this row, which gets me a 5 and a 1, which gets me a 6 and a 5, gets me a 2 and a 1, gets me a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a 3, and a 1 and a 2, and a 6 and a 9, and a 3 and a 2, and a 5 and a 6. So it was probably worth it. Let's see. Now I know what's left in this column, in theory. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are what's left. So this Renban definitely has a 9 on it, so it needs to have a 6, and the 6 is there. Let's see. I'm not going to name names of who it was that suggested the betting tree. Let's see. So we've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This, therefore, is just a naked 7 and 9 and 8 and 7 and 5 and 8 and 5 and 1 and 7 and 9 and 7. Oops. And 9 and 8. How about that? Sometimes I see the one digit growing and glowing in red and think I'm supposed to fill that digit in, which does not quite work. This is a 7, and the betting tree is a 9. Congratulations to all of you 9 bettors out there. It worked out very nicely, I feel like. I mean, the betting tree got filled in last. It was impossible to know until the very last second what the betting tree was. So I think it was a good betting tree. Alrighty. Let us move on to Recurring Nightmares by J. Dyer. It amuses me, by the way, that this puzzle is a reference to Zeta's Nightmare. But I think J. Dyer only did the puzzle Zeta's Nightmare, like, way after this puzzle was published, because I just got a message that Jay had done it recently. But anyway, this is an ambiguity doubler puzzle, just, you know, the usual combination. So we have normal Sudoku rules. And then in addition to normal Sudoku rules, we also have these things which are either between lines or double arrows. So let's just fill in a 5 and an 8 here. If this is a between line, what that's saying is that these two digits are between 5 and 8. So these would be a 6-7 pair. Okay, so this could be a between line, but it does not have to be, because it could also be... That was a terrible example. This was the literal worst example, because this does not work. It's going to be a 4 instead, and then I'll explain why it doesn't work in the other example. So these would have to be in this example from 5, 6, 7. I don't know how I pulled out the one example that does not work. Okay, that would be if this was a between line. If, rather than being a between line, this is a double arrow, what that says is that these two digits have the same sum as these two digits. So they could, for example, be 3 and 9. Okay, so those are our two flavors of lines. But wait, there's more. There are also doublers in this puzzle. So one cell in every row, column, and box counts for double its value. I think we'll flag those in yellow, but I reserve the right to change my mind. And so if this cell was, say, a doubled 7, then for all rules purposes, this counts as a 14 instead of a 7. And so one doubler in every row, column, and box And every digit from 1 to 9 shows up on a doubler exactly once. Okay, so those are the rules. Welcome, Amy. So we have a bunch of these things where there are 8 cells living on a line, which is that. Yes, and so the thing I screwed up before is that a line can't be both. And so the reason why I said this is not a good combination is because this is actually both, which does not work. So 5 and 8 add to 13, 6 and 7 add to 13, but also 6 and 7 are between 5 and 8. So that's illegal. I can't ever make a line both. Okay. So the absolute minimum sum of this cluster of digits over here is what? The minimum sum of this thing is going to be 45 minus 9 is 36. And so the question is it possible that these cells add to 36 and that these circles add to 36? And obnoxiously, I think it is... Oh, no, it's not possible. It's not possible. Gorgeous. Because in order to get to 36, I would need to double 9 twice, and I can't double 9 twice. So I can't get to 36. Okay, so the point is, this can't be a double arrow. It must be a between line. Now, I need a color for these things. What color feels between lineiest to chat? Because I need to mark that this is a between line, but I'm looking at this smattering of colors, and I'm going to be honest, I don't 100% know which of these things looks between line. Blue for between. I will go with blue for between, because blue starts with between. Okay, so this is a between line. And by exactly the same logic, this is also a between line. Okay, so that's already rather interesting. Okay. So the interesting thing about a between line is that normally you can put neither a 1 nor a 9 on a between line. But in both of these boxes, you have to put a 1 or a 9 on the between line. Now, how am I putting a 1 on a between line? The only way is by doubling the 1. And so what that means is one of these two cells is a 1. I don't think I'm going to flash that. I think we're just going to... I think I'm going to circle it, actually. I think I'm going to put circle... Oh, circle is terrible, isn't it? I'm going to X it. One of the X cells is a 1. There we go. I kept floundering about which I wanted to do. One of the X cells has to be a 1 because I can only double 1 once. Now, how am I putting 9 on a line? I can put 9 on a line by doubling one of the circles. So actually, one of the 4 circles on here has to at least one of them has to be a doubler in order to fit a 9 on the line, because I can't put the 9 not on the line in both of these boxes. Okay, so now somehow I now have to come over here, and so I'm going to get another 1 because I need to put a 1 in this box. And where's the 1? Oh, no, because I don't know if this is a between line. So if this is a between line, I do need to put a 1 exactly here. But if it's not a between line, if it's a double arrow instead, then I want to put the 1 on the thing. So that is exciting. Isabella has a beautiful point, which is that this can't actually be... Sorry. No, sorry, that's not quite correct. So the one that's doubled needs to have a 1 in the circles. So whichever of these lines does have a 1 also has a 1 in the circles. So, in fact, any cell which sees either both circles or the X can't be a 1. So, for example, this cell can't be a 1. No, that's not true. Never mind. Never mind. Sorry, I said that wrong. But that is an interesting note that we have to pay attention to as we go through this. Okay. Isabella also wants me to think about what happens when the 1 is here. Because when the 1 is here, in the center of whichever of these, that also does something interesting. Because if this is a 1, now the line has a 2 on it, but neither circle can be a 1. And so that 2 is actually doubled. And so actually, the digits that are doubled in box 1 and box 9 are a 1-2 pair, which I am going to, I think, try only to remember rather than to pencil mark, because I don't think I have a great way to do it. But right, the 2 is doubled in whichever of these has a 1 in the center. And then, therefore, the circle has to either be a 2 or a 3 in order to accommodate the double 2, because double 2 is only 4. So I can no longer double 1s or 2s at all. And so if I can no longer double 1s or 2s at all, I really want to prove this has to be a double arrow, because I think that would tell me a lot. But I don't think I can yet prove that. I might be wrong. So I'm trying to figure out, like, am I trying to prove there can't be a doubler on this line, or there has to be a doubler on this line, or whatever? I don't know. I do know... Okay. What about... Yeah, so the one of these with a 1, actually... the one of these with a 1 here, we actually know one of the circles, it has to be a doubler, and the other circle has to be a 2 or a 3. Because of the 2 in there. That's quite interesting. I feel like this is a nightmare to keep track of, but fortunately chat can keep track of all of these different observations and tell me when one of the many rambling things I've said is correct. Oh, wow. Garion with a beautiful spot. These can't both be doublers, because if these are both doublers, that means 0 of these 4 circles are doublers, because they see all of those. So only one of these can be a doubler. So now that we have that beautiful spot from Garion, because I do know I do have to put a 9 on one of these, can I prove actually... I'm trying to think if I can prove actually that one of each of these pairs is a doubler, but I don't think I can quite prove that yet. But now this sum, remember, this is a sum of 7 digits. This sum of 7 digits is at least 28 even before considering doublers. And if this sum is at least 28 before considering doublers, and I can use Garion's point that these can't both be doublers, the maximum sum I could get out of a double arrow would in fact be double 9 plus 9, and double 9 plus 9 is only 27, it's not 28. So this is not, in fact, a double arrow. This is, in fact, again, a between line. And so if this is a between line, that's going to buy us a ton of stuff. because now I can't put a 1 on this line, because again, the only way to put a 1 on a between line is to double it, but I've already doubled the 1, so the 1 is in here, but now that means that's not a 1. So the 1 on the X is here, and we get to do another 1 dance. Poor Zach getting all worn out by the 1 dances. Woohoo! 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 Thank you, Zach. Thank you very much. So that gets me a 1 down here as well. I'm going to remove the X's now because I no longer need the X's. But now that I have that 1 there, I want to think about in this box, the 1 I know is doubled on this this doohickey. And if the 1 is doubled on this doohickey, I need to have a 1 in one of the hidgemadoo. And this hidgemadoo can't be a 1. So this hidgemadoo has to be a 1 in order to make that work. And I actually know that this isn't doubled now. So I'm going to mark that by graying the background. Because if this were doubled, well, it's not. The doubled 1 is in this box. And in fact, the same extends to all of the other 1s over there. These are all not doubled. So if... Oh, even if this is a 9, this still has to be a doubler. So this cell has to be a doubler, actually. Although this is very clever because it looks like it doesn't have to be, but then it does. I love that because either there's a 9 on this line, in which case this needs to be a doubler, or there's a 9 exactly here, but in that case there's an 8 on this line, and now this can't be a 9 because it's looking at a 9. That's gorgeous. Okay, so this is always a genuine doubler. Genuine doubler gets to gray a bunch of stuff, and here. So this is a doubler, and it's at least a double 5, but it could be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I believe. And now that means that almost nothing here. Oh, this can't be as big as a double 9. Okay, this is actually... Oh, wait, no, it could be a double 9 if this is a between line. This could be a between line, I think. Good point from Judith. None 1 digits in box 9 I know are not doubled, because I know the 1 in this box is the thing that's doubled. So I can actually de-doublerify those. Let's see. There is a 1 on this line by Sudoku now, which now means that this is a double arrow. So now we need a color for double arrows, which I think is going to be orange, because orange has an even number of digits. Don't fact check that too closely, please. But I believe that is true. That this now has to be a double arrow, because it's got a 1 on it and it can't be doubled. So we've got that. It's certainly not going to be both. I might at the very end do one from J. Dyer, but today, Sven, I have promised that I'm just going to do whatever puzzles people have voted for until the end, and I don't think there are any fog puzzles in the bucket as it currently sits, so I don't think anyone has voted for any fog puzzles. As of yet. Okay. One of these two has to be a doubler. Yeah, I said I might do her 6x6 at the end of the stream if there's time. It depends on how the schedule works. I will do it eventually, either way. So one of these two is a doubler. But it's not this one. Because if this was a doubler, it would have to be, because remember, the reason why I know one of these two is a doubler is because there's a 9 on this line. So it would have to be at least a 10. But this cell can't be at least a 10, because the sum of these two digits is already at most 10. So this is the one that is, in fact, at least that. So this... Uh-oh. What's happening? Uh-oh. Are we still here? The grid went away, but am I still actually streaming? Fog. Yeah, so now we're doing a fog puzzle, because now, for reasons that well, I know you can't see the puzzle, but I was not sure if that was the serious issue, or if the issue is more serious. But it sounds like the only issue is for reasons that I can't decide. The puzzle decided to disappear. Yes, the mistake I made is that I enabled this fog of war button, because apparently what this setting does is to make it so randomly your browser shuts down periodically. That's not true. Don't believe that. This is a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now, this cell, we know, remember, there's a 2 on this line, but it's doubled. So this cell has to be less than a doubled 2. So this is either a 2 or a 3. So we've got that. Okay. Oh, it's less than 3 because there's also a 3 on the line. That's very smart. So this is, in fact, actually, this is a 2, and it's not doubled. That's very smart. I probably should have paid attention to the fact that there's a regular 3 on the line. Okay, so this is a 2. Sure. So... yeah, okay, so that's a 2. Very interesting. Oh, I can gray some things. That's a good point. Let me do the graying. There is all the grayified stuff. So these two can also be grayed because they're not thingy. J40 has a beautiful point that 2 actually shows up on the line in this box, and it's not on a doubler, because 2 now... actually, yeah, so 2 now can't show up in either of these cells because of that 2. So there is a 2 on this line, which means there needs to be a 1 in one of the circles, but the 1 can't be there for lots of reasons. So the 1 is, in fact, there, which is going to gray and D1 these cells, because, again, the 1 is doubled in this box. So that is a 1. So there's a 1 on this line now, and so this is now a double arrow. Like that, because now just by Sudoku, there's a 1 in one of these two cells. So... sure. I believe that. Can't have a doubler on the line in box 5 because it's a double arrow. So yeah, so so that's right. Neither of the circles. Yeah, so I should really think about this now that this is a double arrow. Now these circles have to sum to at least 15. Wait, am I wrong? Why did I ever pencil mark 1 here? My statement that 1 is on this is still somehow spectacularly true, but I just completely missed that this column exists. But but somehow that doesn't break my deduction that there is a 1 on this, so therefore it's a double arrow. But yes, the minimum sum of this is 15, so therefore these are definitely from 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, but if I were to double something on this line... that minimum would go up from 16 from 15 to, I would be doubling at least a 3, which would make it 18, because doubling a 3 would add 3 more to 15, but I can't make these double 9. So Isabella is completely correct, as usual. I can't put a doubler on this line, or I would have to make these double 9. And so therefore we have identified a doubler location here. I don't know anything about the value of the doubler, But I do know some things that have to show up on these lines if the sum is at most 17, because I need to have a 1, 2, and 3 over here. But that's interesting because the 2 can't go up there. The 1 can't go here. So actually, I know there's a 2 in one of these two cells, which means there's actually a 2 in one of these two cells. Just by Sudoku. But we have that. Let's see. This is very interesting. Okay, so yeah, so these sum to at least 15. Yes, that's a good point. Okay, so now because of that point, J40's point is now neither end of this between line can be doubled. And so I can't put a 9 on this between line anymore. And so therefore I have to put the 9 exactly there. Let's see. Tom, yes, good point from Tom. By the way, welcome, Tom. Welcome to the chat. I'm not sure. Maybe I've seen you before, but welcome either way. The 1 up here I know is doubled, so all of this could be great. That's Tom's point. And it is a good point. So the doubler is down here. And the doubler is a 3 or a 4, because, again, I can't do anything else. Or I would need a doubler on the side, and I can't have one. Also, there's an 8 on this line, so this needs to be a 9. So that can't be a 9, so that can't be a 6. But I do need a 3 or a 4 doubled on this line. Yeah, but a bunch of people in chat giving me this 9, right as I, in my timeline, fill it in. There's like a very short delay between when chat says something and when I do it, so sometimes I'm doing it as chat is then telling me I should do it. So yeah, so there's a 9 up here in one of these cells. I do know the 9 isn't doubled. That would be a problem. Okay. This has been very fun so far. These 3 cells are getting large, maybe, possibly. There's a good point from Garion, which is very cool, which is where is 9 in this box? It's not in this row. I can't possibly put a 9 on this line, or it would sum to at least 19, and there's no way I can make these circles sum to 19. So 9's actually placed, which immediately, because these two circles need to sum to at least 15, is huge, because now they have to be 7, 8, because neither of them can be 9. And now these digits sum to 15, so they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Without that being a 1 or a 2, without either of these being a 2. One of these is a 2. And now these are 6, 7, 8 that hang out down here. That was awesome. This isn't a 9 either. I should probably be asking myself, where am I doubling 9? In no universe am I doubling 9 on this line. So there is a 9 on this line, interestingly, but I can't double it, because if I double it, I certainly break it both as a double arrow or as a between line. The same is true over here. So I'm actually doubling 9 in this box. So 9 is the thing that is doubled in here. And I can never double 9 on a line regardless. Actually, maybe... Can I just get away with doubling a 9 on here if I do this? Maybe I can double 9 on this line. Oh, no, I can double 9 on this line. Sorry, even if it's a between line, I can double 9 on it. Don't listen to me there. But it is true, I'm not... No, I can't double 9 on this if this is a between line. Good lord. Can I double 9 on this if it's a double arrow? I would need this to be like a double 8 with some big number here, but I think it's just barely feasible. Oh, probably not with how many other digits there are, though. Because what is it? If I double 9 here, then I'm taking a double 9, which is 18, plus at least 6. plus at least one more. So that would be 18 plus 7 is at least 25. And so the question is, can I make these two circles add to 25 or more? And the answer is I can't, because this is a 16. I would need a 9 to get to 25. So these are indeed not the doubled 9. But one of these circles is a doubled 9. This can't be the doubled 9. Oh, maybe this can be the doubled 9 if it's a double arrow. Unknown. Okay. I don't think I know that this isn't a double arrow, Isabella. I think this could be a double arrow, and then it could have a 9 on here without needing a doubler. Okay. So let's write in the rest of the digits in this row. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, so this is not a 2, that's not a 2. The reason I was really interested in that is it's going to put a lot of restrictions here, because now this is summing to 5, 6, or 7. And so that means that this is 4, 5, or 6. So these are 1, 4, 5, or 6 as the only options for this line. So here's my question. Can I possibly put an 8 on this line? And I think the answer is no in all universes. If this is a between line, then I can't make it work. If this was a... or double 3. I think my 8 point is still good, though. Or this is an 8, in which case I would need the sum not to be 10, because then I would need a second 2, but then I would need the sum to be 9, in which case I would need a 1, and that's not going to work either. So the 8 in this box is placed, is my point. The 8 is there. And so that now puts an 8 up here, and that makes Isabella's point really easy to see, which is Isabella was already arguing that you couldn't make this work without without putting a doubler in one of these. And that was true before because of something about doubler math. But now it's just clear because there's an 8 and a 9 on it. And so either one of these is a doubler that is making it bigger than 8 or 9 so it can be a between line, or one of these is a doubler to make the sum big enough that this is a double arrow. But in particular, that means that all of these can be grayed. Okay. So now there's a 7 on this line over here, just by Sudoku of all things. So that 7 is assuredly not doubled, for what it's worth. So this could work as a 2 with a 7 and an 8 over there, and making this a between line, that would be fine. If this was instead trying to be a double arrow and that's a 7, then what I would need is I would need a 2 and an 8 with a 3. Right. That would break with the no. That would break with the no both rule. Martin is right. Okay, beautiful, Martin. Thank you for spotting that. So I was saying it could be a double arrow. It can't be a double arrow, because if this were a double arrow, this would need to be 2 and 8, and these would be 3 and 7, but then it would be both, and the rules specifically say not both. So this, in fact, is a between line. Oops, that's the wrong color. The wrong B color. So we have that. Okay. So now that it's a between line, we now know this isn't a 7. I guess we could have argued separately before it couldn't be a 7 either way, but now we have a clean argument that this is the 8 and that's the 7. So these are not 7. That's not 7 or 8. This is an interesting little thing. What on earth is going on here? If this is an 8, this just outright breaks. If this was an 8, these would sum to at least 18, and then the between line would be even more ridiculous. So this is always the 6, and that's the 8. So that means that this is not doubled. And it also means that this digit is neither 6 nor 8. So this is only a 5 or a 7. I could, unfortunately, now make this work either way, I think. If this were 16, this would need to be 7, 9, but I don't think there's a reason why it can't be. I don't know why this got flashed. That wasn't on purpose. Where's the doubler in column 2 has become granted to us. So this is now the doubler in column 2. Do I have any... Did I know what the doubler in this box was? Maybe at some point, but I do not anymore know what the doubler in this box is. I do not believe. Oh, I know it's a 3 or a 4. That's the thing I know. That is interesting. So I kind of want this to be a doubled 3 to go on this line. That would be very cute. For lots of reasons. In particular, the doubler would save it from being both. Okay. Zeta has new-ish glasses. Zeta has had these glasses for like a month now or something. Right. The argument that I made before and said out loud, but then didn't actually pencil mark the relevant thing is that this can't work as anything without one of these being doubled. So these are not doublers. Thank you, Tom, for that reminder. So therefore, one of these two is a doubler. So these aren't. I don't know why those got whiteified. I'm sure I did something weird. So one of these is a doubler of some moderately successful digit, I believe. That does give us a Jovie on doublers, as Carl points out, which rules doublers out of all of those cells and places a double 9, because we needed a double 9 in this box. And so there it is. Congratulations. We found our double 9. These are, oops, not that color. These are gray, not that gray, that gray. That is, oops, that is not a 9 anymore. Now this is very double arrow-y, because now the digits would be between like 10 and 18. That's not going to work. In fact, it's actually going to be hard for me to get this to be big enough. What's the absolute maximum I could make this? 9876 would be 30. Okay, I guess it's going to be possible. It's just going to be tight. I believe. Let's see. Okay. Do I know anything about the digits that are being doubled in these boxes? So I've got the 9 doubler, the 8 doubler. I think the 7 doubler the 7 doubler can't be in this box, actually, because I can't double the 7 on this line. So there's no 7 doubler here. I can't double 7 in this box. So I'm doubling 7 either here or in this box. Those are the only options. Double 7 here seems very plausible. Double 7 here would not work because this digit can't be an 8 or a 9. So this digit can't actually be the doubled 7, because if this is the doubled 7, I need to make these digits both from 8, 9, but this one can be neither 8 nor 9. So that's the 5. And so now the only place where the doubled 7 is in this box. So I have a doubled 7 over here. So that's not a 7. So this is a 7, and it's not doubled, because remember, I can't double a 7 on this line. So therefore, this digit is doubled. As soon as this digit's doubled, that's very striking, because it immediately means it's not a 1, which means this is a 1. And the absolute maximum that this can sum to is 7, so this can't be a 4, 5, or 6. It has to be the double 3. But now those sum to 7, so that has to be a 5 and a 4. This digit is known. It's a 6. Thank you, chat, for saving me from missing the double 3 being able to be on here. I think I would have been able to reverse engineer what happened, but it would have taken a minute. This is a 6 because there's already a 5 doubler. This is a 4 because there's already a 3 doubler. This is a 2 doubler because we knew it was going to be a 2 doubler from the beginning, as J. Dyer reminded me. I totally forgot that. I will be honest. I won't even pretend that I remembered anything about that. So there's already a 4 and a 5 in this box because this is a 1, 4, 5 triple. So that's not a 4. That's not a 4 or a 5. This is a 2, 3 pair. So I know what these digits are. They are a 6, 8, and 9. With that not being a 9, I don't need my corner marks there. So if these are a 6, 8, and 9, then these are also 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oops, wrong type of mark. These are a 4, 5, and 7. I know that's not the 7. In fact, I know this is a 5. Oh, that's very nice. That's very kind of you. Is this here only to make it so I don't have to do math to figure out what these add to? Because this hasn't done anything, I don't think, has it? Maybe it did at some point. Anyway, this can only be a double arrow with this being a 5. So I don't have to think about this, which is much appreciated. So these are a 4 and a 7, with the doubler being there as a 7. Oh yeah, and I've got all my remaining doublers, so now I just have to think about life, the universe, and everything. If this is a double arrow, is that possible? This would sum to at least 13. I can't make a sum of at least 13 because the maximum these can be is 7 and 5, which is 12. So this has to be a between line. It can't get to a high enough total to be a double arrow. Which, you know, makes sense. Okay. If this was a double arrow, this would need to be a 7-9 pair in exactly that order. Oh, no, that can't work. It can't because it would be both. That's amazing. So if this were a double arrow, the sum is 17. Sorry, the sum is 16. The only way to make a sum of 16 is 7 and 9, but these can't be a 7-9 pair because they would also be a double arrow, which doesn't work. Or sorry, they would also be a between line. So this is only a between line. So we can fill that in as a between line. And so these digits are indeed from 7, 8, 9. That is just a naked 7. And now this, for the same reason, it can't be a 9 because that would make it a double arrow. So that's an 8. So I'm sure that did something. Yep, I'm sure it did something. Okay. I feel like there's got to be some Sudoku that fell out of this that I'm just not seeing. Where is the Sudoku? I'm looking for a Sudoku. It was very cool. This was very slick. One of these two is 6, but who knows? So these are at least 7 and, or sorry, at most 7 and 5. So this digit's at most a 4. This is what Nicholas is pointing out. So this is only 2, 3, 4, I believe, because of this being a between line. And I need to actually have 2 digits to put here. This giant line needs to sum to 30. Which is annoying, because I could make these sum to 30. But what are you going to do? Annoyingly, I think I can even put a 1 on this line. 1, 9 here, and 7, 8 here, and I'm already over. Oh, 1 is on the line. Oh. Yes, that's the Sudoku thing. Not only am I able to put a 1 on it, I have to put a 1 on it. And that is going to make this sum actually matter. Because now I need the remaining digits on this line that are not 1 to sum to 29. And so if that's the case, I certainly am going to need a 9, I believe, because if I made this, if I maximize these at 6, 7, 8, that's only 24. Oh, actually, maybe that's fine. The maximum of these is 6, 7, 8, which is 24, which means I need these to sum to at least 6. So these are from 1, 5, 6, 7, 8. This one can't be a 6, 7, or an 8. This one can't be a 5, 6, or an 8. 6, 7, 8 is 21, I'm being told. If 6, 7, 8 is 21, then what I said isn't quite true. If 6, 7, 8 is 21, which it is, then the maximum these sum to is 21, and so therefore I need these to sum to at least... Oh, and I didn't put 9 in here for whatever reason. I need these to sum to at least 9. So certainly 1 and 5 isn't going to work. 1 and 7 is not going to work either. So therefore these are a 1-9 pair, which means these need to sum to 20, which means they need to be 5, 7, 8. So that is not a 5. That's not a 9 because of my 1-9 pair here, making that a 9. Let's see. Okay, this column doesn't have many digits left. It still needs a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and an 8, I believe. Looks like I got that right. Yep, that is about the look of that. Okay, I'm going to write in the remaining digits in here just to squint at this line a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so this is not 1 or 6. Oops. Not 1 or 6. This is not 1 or 6. It's not a 2. Okay. That is a 2, 3, 4 triple. Wow, sweet. So that's not a 3 or a 4. Therefore, this is a 5, 7, or an 8. And of those, it can only be a 7. which now means this is definitely a between line, which means this isn't a 2 anymore. That's not a 7. Oh, it means this isn't a 4 anymore while we're at it. These are a 5-8 pair. Interesting. This is not a between line. This is a double arrow. This is a between line, but it's fine because one of the ends is 12. You know, just doubler stuff. Where's the other one in box 1? I'm not sure. Let's see. Melissa says they believe this can't be a 2. Okay, I think when I counted this before, I think I was including the possibility that it had a 9 on it. Was I? Let's see. So these can't be 9, 8, 7, 6. So I guess these could be 5, 4. Okay, the maximum of these is 5 and 4. And so this can never be a 4, is the point. It's this 7, actually. This 7 did it. Because when I maximized this to try and figure out what this could be before, it was possible to put a 7 on this line, and now it's not. So that 7 removes 4 as an option from here, gives us a 2-3 pair, places the 4 there, which is going to finally give me my last doublers. So we can gray these. So now that's a 7 and a 4. That's a 1 and a nothing. So now that is not a 7. This isn't a 1 or a 4. That's not a 1 or a 4 either. That's not a 4. So we've got all of that now. And now presumably it is just Sudoku to go here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But it can't be 6, 7, 8, or 9. That one can't be a 5. So we've got all of that. The 1 in box 3 has been placed by that, Ambrose points out. I think it was Ambrose. Did I completely imagine it? Is Ambrose even in chat? I don't know how I saw Ambrose. In my brain, I saw Ambrose. Someone pointed out that the 1 was placed here. I hope someone in chat actually said it. There's a 3, 4, 5 triple in this row, so this is not a 3. So these are a 2, a 6, and a 7. None of those are 2, so therefore that one is, which makes that a 3 and a 2, and makes that a 3 and a 6 and a 2. Makes that not a 6. So these digits are from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This one apparently is a naked 3, if you can believe it. That's a 5-8 pair, making that a 4, making that a 3 and a 5, and a 3 and a 2. This is not a 5, making that a 5, via the magic of pairs. This is probably a naked single, if I look closely enough. It's a 4. This isn't 3 or 4. These are a triple. They are 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, no, they're not a triple. Sorry. They are not even a little bit of triple. But this is a 6 or a 7 for the column. These are a pair. They look like a 2 and a 3 to me. This cell is a 1, 4, or a 9, but it's not a 1. So this is only 4 or 9. Oh, it's not a 4 either. Okay. So this cell is a 1, 4, or 9 by the column, but it is only a 9 by the row, which makes that a 1 and a 9. which makes that a 4 and a 1. These two, 4, 5, 6. Yep, those are a 6 and a 4. Let's see. Not quite. Let's see. What am I missing now? Probably something easy. Row 8, column 9 is a naked single. I would believe that. It is not 1. It could be 2. It can't be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I feel like this could be 2 or 8, but Sven's telling me it can't be 2. I don't know how Sven sees that it can't be 2. Oh, yes. It can't be 2 because of that. Okay, very fancy. So that is an 8 and a 9 and a 5 and an 8 and a 7. I didn't know that Sven was programming advanced techniques in here, but apparently we get some fancy things. Sven can even see 2s that are far away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a 7. Okay, so this box, let's just go ahead and do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not 6 or 7, not 7 or 8, not 8. Let's see. Okay, we can fill in this column. I don't think it's going to be too dangerous. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's too many things. What did I fill in that I wasn't supposed to? I wasn't supposed to put an 8. So that's a 2, a 6, and a 4. Gives me a 7 and a 2, and a 6 and an 8, and a 3 and a 2, and a 5 and a 3, and a 7 and a 6. And therefore, that is a 9. This is a 3. And this betting tree is a 5. Congratulations from Zach and I to all of you who bet 5. May all your betting tree wishes come true. It's funny, I saw Jay Dyer say woo at the same time that J40 immediately below it said great puzzle, and I originally thought Jay Dyer had said great puzzle exclamation point about it, but I do agree. This is a great puzzle. Oh no, I missed a line coloring? Oh, I did miss a line coloring. Very bad. We can officially color that line. There we go. But yes, that was a delightful puzzle. I enjoyed that a lot. I feel like if that's 5 stars... Oh, it wasn't a double arrow? I colored it. People just wanted me to color it. They didn't say they wanted me to color it the right thing. There we go. I think at no point in my mind did I realize this wasn't a double arrow. I think the entire time I was doing the puzzle, I thought this was a double arrow. But it just got resolved by this, so I never thought about the sum long enough to realize that actually this was a between line and not a double arrow, which probably explains why this was here, because I thought, oh, well, I could just work out the sum, but now I don't have to. But no, this wasn't a double arrow at all, is what happened. But yeah, that was a very cool puzzle. I enjoyed that one a lot. I feel like, but yeah, I think this was listed as 5 stars. I think I probably would have gone 4. I don't think 5 is like radically off, but I don't think there was anything too twisty in there. Alrighty. Well, I am going to take a short break, and then I'm going to look up whatever the next 2 puzzles are that have the most votes in them. So if you've not yet voted, and you have voting privileges, that is, if you are a contributor to the channel at the windmill level or higher, you can go ahead and go and throw your votes in, and I'll look at them in just a second. So see you all very shortly. And by the way, if you've not yet, please like the stream. It really does help people find the stream. So if you're new, and if you're new in the sense that you weren't here last time I asked, please like the stream. Zach likes it too. It helps him get fish. I'll be right back. Alrighty, welcome back. So there's a funny story on this puzzle, which was our next most voted on puzzle. I want to show row column labels. Oh, by the way, I realized I have not, in fact, been as I should have been reading out the names of the people who voted for all of these puzzles. Tristan, can you put the names of the people who voted for this puzzle in chat, please? But Jacob and Woofer set this puzzle originally for my pencil puzzle challenge, which we're going to be doing the puzzles from stream after next, so starting on Sunday. But they decided it was too hard for that challenge, but they liked the puzzle anyway, so they published it. And I was like, okay, I'll throw it in the bucket. And now people have been immediately excited for me to do it. So this was with 12 votes now. There was a massive tie at 7 after this. So if anyone wants to go break the tie for what I do after this, then go right ahead and please do so. So now I have to read the rules to this thing and see what happens. So we need a Touching Slitherlink and an Aquarium. I don't know that I've done either of these before. So a Touching Slitherlink says, draw a line along the edges of some cells to form a single non-intersecting loop. Clues outside the grid indicate the number of times the loop visits the set of edges and vertices adjacent to the clues. Clues inside the grid indicate the number of times the loop visits the set of edges and vertices adjacent. So, yes. So in this, let me draw this in. Oops. Sorry, I changed this to center only. I think it needs to be edge only, actually. So in Touching Slitherlink land, this is a valid 3 because the loop touches this corner, and this edge / these corners. So yeah, I did do one of these before. It was a Fistum one. Okay. So we need to draw a loop. So that is, we need to draw a path that sort of winds around here and goes through all of that. And also, we need to fill some cells with water so that... So this is the aquarium part. And I have done an aquarium by Fistum that was a hybrid with something. I think it was a Killomino aquarium, but I could not tell you anything about it. If a cell is filled with water, all other cells within the same region that are in the same or lower row have to be filled with water. By region here, we mean the loop. So like part of the loop is filled with water, I assume is the only like region that we have. All other cells within the same region that are in the same or lower row have to be filled with water as well. So I guess it's the loop and anything the loop breaks the grid into. So I think that is correct. The voters for this puzzle were Andrew Sarkis, Eric McKee, Jay Dyer, Woofer, Doomdiat, Luda, Ambrose, Russ, Directionary, Matt Pesto, David Ratner, and Wisteria. Thank you all so much for your support. It means a lot. And let's go and see how this goes. So the first thing is that we, for free, get to do this. By the way, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate people making pencil puzzles that you can do in the CTC app. So we get to X all of these. The loop cannot visit any of these cells because of this 0. If it did, then this 0 would not be a 0. It would be greater than 0. Let's see. This 1, oh no, I can come like up here because I can do like even something ridiculous, and still have it count as a 1 because I only count the whole touch as 1. Let's see. I'm going to make these gray because the black looks a little aggressive. I don't need it to be that aggressive. Okay, I don't see any 4s because I remember what 4 has to look like in a Touching Slitherlink. This Slitherlink, this 2 is very interesting, but I don't think I can quite force anything. Yeah, do we have a betting tree to Woofer? Because Because like this could look, for example, like that would be acceptable for this too. But it doesn't even have to touch this edge at all. That would also be acceptable for that too. People betting whether something is water or not water, I presume. Okay, row 10, column 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, yes. So people who are addicted to the betting can bet whether the tree is water or not water, and can bet whether it is in the loop or outside of the loop. Okay. I'm not wrong, right? This is a 2, I think. It's not bounce rules. This only touches it 2 times, unless I am wrong. I think this is a correct 2. Woofer can verify that I have understood the number of times that this touches. All right. The clues outside are the amount of water that is there. Let's see, there's 8 water in this row, which is very interesting. Because that's saying there's a lot of water in this row. Okay, so all of these have to be water, because these are all in the same region. So they're all either inside the loop or outside of the loop. And because of the X's, we know they're in the same region. And so these are either all water or all not water, but they can't be not water or this 8 wouldn't be an 8. So actually, I was thinking we weren't going to get any water for a long time, but actually we immediately get that these are water. And now these things are all in the same region as well, and they're all below it, so the water actually trickles down into all of those cells as well. I don't really love the gray on this blue, but I guess, I don't know. We'll see. I may not like these color choices. I may have made bad life choices about colors. That might be the conclusion that we make. Okay. So we're already now putting a lot of pressure on this 4 row because we've got 3 of the 4 cells that are allowed to be water in that column. Which is interesting. Yeah, Fistimofel has done a number of variations on Slitherlink. Because there's also whatever the variation on Slitherlink is where you count the edges and corners combined. Let's see. Oh, awesome, Jeffrey. I'm glad you enjoyed Distinction. It is a I'm proud of that one. And that is quite an accomplishment to make especially as your first one of these. I do think the next math video is not that far off. There will, I promise, be more videos on the math channel. I don't know if there is a name to the one where you call the edges, where you count the edges and vertices, Nell. So I need to have a border in here somewhere. You can absolutely do edges on 2s. No, that's not how this puzzle works, Jaleb. You're thinking of the other Fistimofel Slitherlink variant. In this Fistum FL Slitherlink variant, and I cannot at all criticize you for being confused, we're only counting the number of times that it touches, so this is an acceptable one in this Slitherlink clue, because it touches the 2 square twice. Okay. There's sort of... I'm being told there's 2 combinations for 3, so maybe I should try and draw what the 2 combinations for 3 look like. So that's one combination for 3. It's the other combination. Oh, the other combination for 3 is just that we touch 3 corners like that. So we know we're taking 2 corners, basically, is the point. You always, in order to do a 3, you have to take 2 corners. Can this corner... Is this possible to do that corner? And the answer is no, right? This is already... I can't have a different link open, Tristan. That's just not an option. This corner is not one of the corners that this 3 grabs. Because if this corner were here, this 3 would be impossible. So because I have to grab either 2 consecutive corners or 3 consecutive corners, that means this 3 always grabs this corner, regardless of what it looks like. And so it now either grabs this corner or both. Similar with this 3, this 3 can't grab this corner, and so since it has to grab 2 adjacent corners and can't grab that one, it has to grab that one. And actually, this 3 can't grab this corner either. So in fact, this 3 has to grab that corner, and then take this side. Oh no, oh yeah, it has to take that side because it can't take either corner. And now it can't take either of these because that would connect thingy to thingy, and I can't do that. Was that logic all correct? I just want to double check that I did that correctly. This connects around here because otherwise it's not 1. No, Alima, because it just connects. And so that's a valid 1. So now I can't take this corner. I already knew I couldn't take that corner. I mean, it wasn't broken. I just hadn't drawn in the side yet. Oh, hey, Pancake. How are you? Nice to see you have the Pulverizing Pancake branding in your YouTube account. I remember that you used to chat in the YouTube channel, but I could not remember. But I can't remember what your name was before. But I hope you're doing well. Okay, so now there's probably a thing I'm supposed to realize I can't do with these 3s. So here's the thing I realize, actually, from this 3. There's only 2 water... Oh, no, that's not true. Sorry, I was going to say something incorrect. I was going to say there's only 2 water cells, so these can't be water. But that's not true because this is vertical and not horizontal. Let's see. Row 4, column 8. Ah, right. For the same exact reason, I know I get that. Right. And Pulverizing Pancake is correct. I can say I know that this cell isn't water, because if that cell was water, all of these would be water. And so I need something for not water. Let's see. How aggressive... Oh, sorry. That's the wrong palette. Okay, this green is fine. We can make that not water. Okay, so I know this is not water. Okay, so I get this corner on this 3. And I need to take one of these corners as well, I believe. Yeah. And then I need to take an edge of it. So I could take this corner and this edge, or the other way. This 3 now can't take... Oh, no, it could take this corner. Darn it. because this thing enters the corner, so it could take it. I don't see how I know these aren't water. I know I can only take one more water. Oh, is the point that the 3... Ah, yes. There is a point, right. A 3 always has another cell in its row. There's no way I can draw the 3, because remember, the 2 ways of drawing a 3 are... Oops. The 2 ways of drawing a 3 are this way in some orientation, or it's this way in some orientation. And no matter what, this cell being the 3 is always sharing at least one cell in the row. And so as a result, this 3, and this is a genius spot, this 3 cannot possibly be water, because it would make a second water with it. So this is definitely land. So do I know that this is in the same region as that? Ah, the point is this. So the point is you're telling me this edge has to go to the right, because if it doesn't, if it goes left, I'm creating a problem in this corner. Is that the claim? Because I only can get 2 edges going in. I can't quite visualize that yet. I'm not quite there yet. Let's see. You can put more between row 4, column 7, and 8. That's these two. I don't understand why this can't be wall. This looks very plausible to me. What is wrong with this? Tristan wants me to bump my audio filter. One moment. Okay, there we go. Oh. Oops. Sorry, that got over it. I see. Right. That can be an X, because if it wasn't an X, right, I was somehow stuck on the wrong line. No, I wasn't stuck in the wrong line. I was stuck in the wrong columns. It's these columns. This is an X, because otherwise this thing would branch, and that would be immediately terrible. And so this is green as well. That was the point. That took an embarrassingly long time to sort out, but we got there. Are people counting columns as this is column 1, this is column 2, so they're not counting the Sudoku way, they're counting the grid way? Maybe that's what happened? I don't know. Maybe I just miscounted. That's also possible. Let's see. So, oh, there's a stray X in row 6 that shouldn't be there. That's completely correct. Okay. Okay, but row 2, column 7 and 8, I'm going to count very carefully this time. 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, because I have another of these, I can draw in an X because it can't branch thing. So, okay, so Jenna's point is this can't branch, so I can draw in 2 X's here, which then tells me that these two are together. And so they can't, as things that are together, they can't have land, because that would put 3 lands in a row that only has 2 lands. And so these two both hold water, which now means there must be a line there, which now means this can't take this corner, so this must take this corner. I think I need to make these black. I don't think this stands out enough if I don't make these black. It was quite aggressive, but I think I need the aggressive black to make this work. Okay. That looks slightly better. Okay. So now this either goes that way, I suppose, or completes this corner. Making the water lighter is beyond my current expertise with this thing. I guess there's a lighter water. I can lighten the water like that, although the problem is it makes it really difficult to remove colors. So like the biggest thing is that this doesn't let you remove colors like you're used to removing colors. But I can hit backspace and do that. That might look better. But now we've got to change the green, because I'm not changing between different palettes of things. But we can make that the green. Or like forest. I don't know. That or that. That looks worse. That looks bad. That looks real bad. What about that? Oh, that's... Okay, I don't like it. Oops. Okay, none of the greens in this palette are acceptable. So we're okay, I guess we are going to try mixing palettes. And just try and make that green and that blue. We shall see how that works for us. Okay. I did try to sneak in making this green, but I undid it. Okay. Right, the blue 3 definitely has an X below it. I agree with that assessment. That's the wrong color of X. There we go, that color of X. And so therefore this is blue. And we're doing the blue from that palette. And so therefore this has to be loop. Because otherwise we have a problem. Okay. This 3 now needs this corner, Mario points out, because now this is the only corner it can get. And so we can proliferate our green over to here in that. And now we can green both of these. So we have those. We know this is inside the loop. And so this is outside the loop. But we know because of this sort of coming in from this side, we know that we've crossed the loop once for sure. And so this is definitely inside the loop. Woofer was asking about that. Yeah, I was worried about the 3 loop ends in the corner business before. I thought someone was making a very complicated point about that before Garion and was trying to understand it. But they were making a very simple point, but it still stands. If this comes to the right, I now have 3 loop ends, and that's not going to work. So this has to go left, because I can only have an even number of loop ends stranded in this corner, and this can't go down, of course, so it goes left again. So we've got that. Okay. Let's see, I am told I can put an X between column 3 and, between row 3 and 4 of column 7. Ah, right here. Unfortunately, it doesn't do anything in this instance, but I do know this is still inside the loop for whatever that's worth. I have not learned anything about this 3 yet, I don't think. Column 7. Ah, right, because this would be branching if it went there. Agree. I'm mostly just trying not to count and trying to eyeball where I think it might be that chat is talking about, because because counting is boring to watch. Right, I can't do blue above green, so this is automatically green. Agree. So we've got that. So here's an interesting point that I think is what Woofer was trying to get me to say, is that these cells are outside the loop. So I have to make sure I make choices to make these cells outside the loop and not inside the loop. Because these I know are inside the loop because of this point, and so cells inside the loop up here are green. I think row and column labels are way too confusing when there's outside clues. So the only way, in other words, that this is black is that this is also black, is the point. Because otherwise, this will end up inside the loop. These blues have to be outside because inside the loop is one region, and this is inside the loop. Because I can count from the outside, and then see I've crossed the loop once, so I have become inside it. So I think that's actually going to give me some edges if I think about it carefully, because... Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. I thought I was going to get like a bunch of edges up in here, but I don't know that I am. Yeah, column 1 could also be outside the loop. I didn't say that. All I said was either these are both in the loop or neither of them is in the loop. It's impossible that only one of them is in the loop, is my statement about column 1, Garion. So automatically, as soon as this is here, that also is there. Beautiful, beautiful. These are inside the loop for the same reason. I can count that I've crossed the loop once as I come down out from the outside. So this is definitely in the loop, but it's definitely above these things that are in the loop. So these are definitely green. That was a very smart spot from Ilm there. So these are assuredly green. Right. So J40 has a smart way to phrase this, which is there is a green cell in this row that is in the loop. And that green cell automatically is the last green cell, and it's not this one. So this one has to be blue. Because this can't be the green cell in the loop, because this green up here needs to connect to this green, because this is green in the loop. So that's very clever. This is a very clever puzzle already. So Yeah, so the green, wherever it decides to come down, it either comes down here, or it comes down here, or it comes down here. But however the green does get down, it has to sort of come straight down, basically. Okay, so good point from Jay. The green can't wrap around here. Because if the green wraps around here, then my 1 clue is actually a 2. And 1 and 2 are not the same number. And so, annoyingly, though, I don't know that the green doesn't come across to here. All I know is that the green doesn't connect down through here. But I think that tells me that this is water. Because if this isn't water, it's the way that this connects. So that cell is definitely water. Agree with Jay. That is the same conclusion that I came to after contemplation about the nature of reality and these such things. Okay. So if the green... So if this is green, then we also have a problem, but it's more complicated. If this is green, then the green comes down like this. But now that green has to this thing. But now the green up here hasn't actually connected to the green down here. So I think this is considerably more sophisticated, but I think this can't be green. Oh, unless, no, it could be, because I could do the green down like that. Oh, but this is blue. This is blue is the point. If this isn't blue, we've got a problem. And so now this is the green. Okay, got it. Okay. And so now the green has to come down, so that's green. We can fill in some amount of these things. I guess that's literally all I get. Oh, I get that there's a border here. Okay, let's see. Jeffrey is looking at row 4, column 10. The loop outside can have a bunch of regions is the problem, Jeffrey. Because if say the loop comes down and cuts off this could be a little collection of 5 cells. And that could be a region. It's because there can be lots of regions outside the loop is the tricky part. Smart point from Jay, which is that this one actually needs to get to 1. And the only way it gets to 1 is if the green comes at least this far. That is a very good spot. It's complicated because I made it green because I think of the opposite of water as being land, but that's terrible because, of course, the water is above the land, not the land above the water. I'm supposed to be coloring it. I'm supposed to be thinking of the stuff that's not water as air, but my brain never quite wants to think of it that way. But yeah, this will be a 1 either way I finish this. It's all going to come down to what this 5 clue wants of us at the end of the day. To decide that. Let's see. This 2... Is this 2 getting hard? I don't know. the 1. So it's true what Ranks says. There can never be a vertical line separating water from water up here. Because if there's a vertical line separating water from water, then one of those two sides is loop. And I can't do that. Doesn't that force loop in row 1? Is there a reason this can't be one giant region? Oh, top left. I don't see why this can't work either way. I mean, it's never going to be water from water because I'm never going to be separating water from water because this isn't water. But I agree that it's probably a very important insight into the puzzle that I can't separate water from water with an edge vertically if I'm not very, very, very careful about what I'm doing. Yeah, this can either go right or up. And I don't think I'm going to have any clues until I finish that. Let's see. Garion believes this can't be water. So if this was water, it would immediately force... let me just draw this in. If this was water, it would immediately force that and that. Has that broken the 3? Yeah, because the 3 needs... Oh no, the 3 could still take that corner like that. I didn't really mean to make this sort of a trial mode, but... that puts... that's the point. That puts too much water in row 4, because row 4 only gets... Wait. Oh, yeah, right. Right. Row 4 only gets 4 water. So if this is water, immediately that's land, and now my 2 can't work, because it would have to have... The loop would be forced to make a UE around it, and that's just not going to be sustainable. So this has to be land. That's very cool. So that 2 is definitely land. For whatever that is worth. But keep in mind, that's not necessarily telling me my loop still can't go up here. It could still go up. I just know that this is land. Let's see. If the 3 is water, then the 3 has to be aligned in some version of this, either this or the mirror image of it, because if it went the other way, or if it was the other kind of 3, that would put 3 water cells in this row immediately. But neither version of this fits with the current... Oh no, maybe this one does. Maybe the I think the opposite version does. So I think if the 3 is water, I think it has to look exactly like... Oh, no, it doesn't work. Yeah. If the 3 is water, it doesn't work, because if the 3 is water, that's an edge. And that's all kinds of branching. So yeah, I agree. The 3 can't be water. I drew it both ways. If this is water, then it's an edge because it's separating land and water. Oh, no, that's right. Never mind. Sorry, that's the thing I did that was wrong. There doesn't have to be an edge if it's water and land that way. So if that were... if the thing I said was true at all, I think my argument was correct. But the thing I said isn't true at all. The water here doesn't force an edge because this is air. Very polluted air. And then once that becomes true, unfortunately, I think we get nothing out of this. So then the 2 argument incorrect is then the question. So we have to go back and recontemplate the 2 argument. No, if the 2 is water, it does force these edges because it's in the same row as this green. So I think the 2 argument does work because it's in the same row. Yeah, it's because of the horizontal connection. This 1 keeps sort of staring at me, but I feel like it's actually going to make it impossible to make this 1 not work. Like, I think I would have to... I think it would be very difficult for me to even conceive of a way to draw anything that doesn't make this 1 true automatically, which is unfortunate. But maybe the world that we live in. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. So there's some uniqueness arguments that we should be considering, I'm being told. Might be able to help us make progress. I mean, that seems like it'd be very useful, because if the purpose of these clues is to only be useful after you've filled in the entire rest of the grid, but we use uniqueness to fill them in first, then they'll be incredibly useful later. All right, what am I supposed to look at now? Like, this 1 and this 1? Is it like, is there something where I'm supposed to like notice that I can't put an X here or something? But I don't think so. I feel like I could take all kinds of patterns that would make this 1 and this 1 work. Do I want to think about both of the ways to make this 2 work? I think one of the ways to make this 2 work doesn't work anymore. Because one of the ways to make this 2 work was to take this corner. Can I take this corner anymore? It's going to annoyingly turn out I can, isn't it? No. If I take this corner, I'm now inside the loop. That doesn't work. So this 2, actually, I can't take the upper left corner anymore. So that's big. So if I can't take the upper left corner, what does that tell me? That tells me that something. So if I can't take the upper left corner, that means I can't take this edge, right? I think I can't take this edge, because if I take this edge, now the only way I get another touch is to use this corner. So I think what it buys me is an X there. So that buys me water down below. So that bought me one more cell that is waterified. And now because that cell is waterified, now I know I need to take this this corner because I can't avoid it. Yeah, I mean, I needed to blue this cell before I knew I needed to take this corner, I think. Maybe, possibly. I think I'm logicking through this correctly. And now this, too, definitely needs this corner, or it's not going to work. Now, this is definitely inside the loop. But I don't know if inside the loop is wet or dry down here yet. So this too needs to come at least to here. And if it visits here at all, can't be wet because of the row. Right. Okay. So this is, sorry, that I can't. So this is green because of the row. So that's air. And so if this is air, that has to also be air. No, sorry, that's not how that works. No, sorry, this is air. So that could be anything is the correct way to phrase that. We've got that there. I know I need to get up to this 2 somehow. And I can't take this corner up here. I feel like I need to take this. No, I don't need to take that edge necessarily. I think I need to take this edge between these 2 cells. But I'm convincing myself I can't do something really wacky, like wind around like that. I might be able to, actually. Never mind. I think there's multiple ways I can do this. But the thing is, I can't not take any loop on the sides of this too. So I don't think I can do anything up here, but I think I can argue that I have to take both of these. Because if I take neither of these, I just can't get to the 2. And remember, I need to take either both of them or neither. So I need to take both. And so this is inside the loop, and so it's green like that, which is inside the loop. That is, I think, the point. So we've got that, and then this is either going to go up or up. Who cares? I think it can do anything it wants to, but it can't do... it needed to at least make it this far. And now this loop has to connect, so I certainly need... sorry, the thing I should be putting is an X. This can't be loop, because if this was loop, my loop would not connect. And so that forces this down on that side at the very least. Right. This cell, I'm assuming this is row 5, column 8. This now has to be green because we now have inside loop stuff that's green here. So this is green in that row. This 3 can never be blue anymore because remember, every 3 takes at least one more cell in its row. And I already have 1 blue in the row, so this 3 is now green. This 3... Oh no, this 3 could take this edge, because I don't know if the 3 is in the loop or not. I have to remind myself, I don't know for this 2 and this 3, I don't know if they're in the loop or not. I know these cells are definitely in the loop, but these I could sort of cut off. Oh, hey, Jessica, welcome. Oh, interesting. Okay, so Jay is saying if this is water, it's going to put too much water in row 5. Yeah, so, because I can do some Xing is basically the point. I keep being negligent on my Xing. these are the same, because if they're not, then they branch. But if these two are the same, what are they? Well, they can't be water, so they have to be air. Gross green air. And as soon as those are gross green air, this is gross green air too. Well, it just happened, Ambrose, which is, I agree, very counterintuitive and brain bendy, but we're gonna sort of make do with it somehow. Yes, the poison gas. I was actually, Woofer, contemplating drawing O's in every cell that I know is inside the loop, which sounds, as you indicate, potentially horrible. Yeah, I know this is outside the loop. I don't know about this yet. That's true. I could use a different green for greens I know are outside the loop, except the problem is these are green and I don't know if they're inside the loop or outside the loop. But I could try and somehow use color to say that I know that these are outside the loop. That might work. So this is poison gas, but not the loopy poison gas. This is the delicious cotton candy flavored poison gas. I do still need to get 4 water cells in this column. I need to get 2 water cells in this column. We can make an inside color if we would like. That looks appealing. I don't think there can be an edge between these two, can there? Isn't that going to break one of the 2 and the 3? I kind of think it's going to break one of the 2 and the 3. Right. This 3, Ilm points out, can't have a corner at the top left. Wait. No, sorry, this one. Right. Okay, that's beautiful. Okay, it's a very good point. This clue can't have a corner at the top left, because if it did, I've separated my loop. And so therefore, this 3 always has a corner there, because every 3 needs 2 adjacent corners. Can this connect vertically? Is that a problem? If this connects vertically, annoyingly, I think I can finish this 3 just by putting 2 corners over there. That was a very good spot, Ilm. Very slick. Okay, I've only got 3 water in this column. I need 2 more. Annoyingly, I don't know if these 2 are in the same region or not. I don't think. I'm looking for, like, 3s where I can rule out one of the corners somehow. Like, can I rule out this corner? I don't think so, actually. So Woofer is encouraging me to think about this. So I'm drawing this in gray because this is my bifurcation marker. Although we're doing a pencil puzzle now, so we call it trial mode and we don't call it bifurcation. So I'm drawing this in gray because I think we're trying to prove that this doesn't happen. But what actually happens if this goes in? And the answer is it forces the 2 completely. So now the 2 has to look like this. Because I need to get that second corner in there. And so then... this doesn't look good. What is the articulate way to say that this is broken? So this 2 can't have a border over there. The 2 would have to be water, but it's air. Green and blue connect in the outside region. Use your X's. So, this would become, right, okay, this cell is simultaneously water and not water is the point. Okay, that is the point. This cell is simultaneously water and not water. It's water because I can't separate these 2 cells. But it's not water because I can't separate these 2 cells. That's the point. So, indeed, I agree I cannot separate these. And so the bonus is these get to turn yellow. And so if those are yellow, the point is this cell I know is outside the loop. So I have to separate those like that. I need to get my 2 corners on my 3. Oh, maybe I have not actually proven that. I think I think Woofer is right. I think I only proved that this is inside the loop. So I think I probably have to think about what do I get out of the 2 being inside the loop? Which is that there's no edges anywhere along this line. The 2 is touched once here. If I do need to separate the 2 and the 3... what's up?
Can you go to be right back?
Oh, I will be right back. I return. Tristan was asking what I wanted for food, which was a beef brisket platter with mac and cheese and baked beans. That is my evil plan. So these can't be there anymore because it would separate loop from loop. So that's telling me, the thing this is telling me is that this 3 is not taking this corner. That's the whole point. This 3 is not taking this corner. So therefore this 3 is taking that corner. Everything in this puzzle, like the deduction in this puzzle is this 3 can't take this corner. And so everything I do, I just need to think of from the point of view of what thing is telling me that a 3 can't take a corner. Because that's the whole point of the puzzle. So I've got that over there. Now this is an X, because now, oops, not in that color though. Now this is an X, and so that percolates the green over there. And now, because remember I did know that this was inside the loop, I actually now know all of this is inside the loop. So that is good for the home team, as they say. That was very cool. I don't know why my brain took a bit to process that, but if I just think about 3s and nothing other than 3s, oh, these are both inside the loop. And this is outside the loop. So there's definitely a line here, because otherwise I've made the loop the loop. I guess a completely different way to think about it is Jay's argument, which is that I need a blue in the row. So take whichever proof you want, that loop has to do that, or that the loop has to do that. Let's see. Well, this is assuredly x'd, because otherwise I've created a loop that is not appropriate. And water flows down, so this is also wet. Hey, Math Pesto, welcome. Thank you for upgrading to Windmill. We appreciate your support. I hope you've been voting on stuff. I think you actually voted on this puzzle. There is another X living here because of the no branching rule. So that means that this cell is in the loop and this cell's outside the loop. And so because of that, I can draw a line there. I don't know if this is wet or not. I don't think. And the 3 still needs a corner, which is going to force that corner. Well, thank you. We're doing the puzzles people voted on a Palooza today and Friday. So we are just doing iteratively doing the most voted on puzzle. Let's see. Okay, so that's... I feel like suddenly this puzzle is coming together a wee bit. Not to say I think we're almost done or anything. Just to say that... right. This is land now because we've now got our 4 here. Just to say that we have forward momentum again. So this is land. So that's going to force that up. It's technically loopy land if you're into marking that it's loopy land. Okay, this is interesting. Yeah, so if Jeffrey is saying I need to be careful to keep these 2 things apart. And if my loop doesn't extend down here, then I have these 2 things touching at corners, which is going to be a problem. So if so here's the thing that Jeffrey is pointing out. I think this is easiest to explain if I draw it in. If this was blue, then what color is this now? And the point is, it either is blue, in which case I need a line there, but there's also a line there, or it is this purple thing that it can't connect to because it's it's air here and water here, but then I need another sort of branch point. I feel like there's a way more elegant way to argue that, but it's sort of clear to me that I create a branch if I don't let the loop extend down here. If it's blue here, there's an edge above it because this cell is part of the same region as this. Woofer has the elegant way to say it, which is to say, if these are both outside the loop, that forces this. That forces them to touch diagonally, which doesn't work because it creates a branch, and then otherwise they join because one of those is there. Okay. And the point of all of this argument is that I know that these are outside regions that are different, because specifically. Because one of them is water and one of them isn't, and they're in the same row. So these outside rows, so this water can't come here, and so if the water can't come here, that is an edge. Or sorry, the air. No, the water. That is water. And so, therefore, my inside percolates down. It might be water, it might not be, but my inside the loop percolates down. And I've already got 4 of these. This loop can't close, because then it would be a loop inside my loop, and I can't have a loop inside a loop. That's just crazy. And if that can't close, that's my last water for the column. And so now the rest of this has gone wonky. It's gone green, which means that this is loop now. To make that separation. This is inside. Garion says I'm wrong. What am I wrong about? What did I do wrong? Okay, Woofer thinks I'm right. It's good to have the setter in my corner, I suppose. So now I actually know that this is outside. So this is inside. So this cell, at least I know, is inside the loop. But this cell I know is inside the loop, and it's land. So that now means that every cell inside the loop above here is also air. And so that cell in particular is inside the loop, and therefore it is also air. Okay, this is now inside the loop, because it's across from outside the loop. So that goes like that, and it becomes air. Right. These two we know are they're in the loop, and so they are air as well. Because we knew they're inside the loop. These we know are definitely outside the loop, but I don't know whether they are air or not. Have I learned something about this 3? Knowing this puzzle, I've probably learned something about this 3 is probably what's actually supposed to be happening here. I can't take this corner anymore, is the point. So the point is, this 3, as always, this 3 can't take this corner, because that would create a square, which has many, many problems with it. For example, this would branch, and I would create a closed loop, and all sorts of things. So the 3 can't take this corner, and so again, the deduction is, therefore, that does that, and therefore this is an X, because otherwise I'd create a closed loop. I think Ilm was making the same point that I just said. Okay, I know this is an X as well, because this can't come down. It would create a branch. Assuredly, this can't come right now. If this line tries to come right, I'm never getting to 3 things, because I would need to get... Oh, maybe that's not... Oh, no, I'd never get to 3 things, because this couldn't close, so if this came right, it would have to go down, and now the 3 is not ever getting finished. So basically, I'm arguing that's an X, and therefore, this goes that way. And so now my 3 has 2 corners. It's not getting this corner. Let's see, I can X that. And this is outside the loop. This is outside the loop, so this is inside the loop. And this being inside the loop tells me that things in this row that are inside the loop are air, so this is air. I don't think the 3 necessarily has to take the other corner. I think it could do something like that. It could be the other shape of 3. We might be able to make an argument about this 3. If I look closely. This 3 has already taken this corner. The 3 can't take both of these corners. That would be a problem. Actually, if the 3 took this corner at all, that's a problem. Oh, I already knew that. I already have that filled in. Never mind. That deduction was made by Ilm many ago. To the top right of the 3. Here? I think that can be... I think that line would be... I think that would be an okay place to put a line. Oh, I think people are talking about these, because those would both cause branches if either of those were involved. I think that's the cells people were talking about. That would also cause a branch. My brain just doesn't immediately leap to see all of the X's that I can fill in. Oops, I was not trying to do that. I was trying to just highlight some stuff. Okay, and now the column clue is relevant. So now this can't be water, because if it was water, it would make everything below it water. And that would be too much water for the column. That's a very good spot. So this is purple. Not to say that it connects to purple, just to say that it is not in the loop. The 3 clue in column 4. Right. This is also that, of course, yes, because they are the same, so they do the same thing. The 3, though, I think is okay, isn't it? Because that would be 5 as long as I put a bar below it, I think. Okay. To keep blue and green separate, row 6, column 5 can't have a bottom edge. That's not row 6, column 5. No, that is row... No, that's not row 6, column 5. This is row 6, column 5. Oh, okay. I put it the right... I put it the place that Jay meant. So yeah, so if this has an edge at the bottom, then the effect of that is to connect all of this. Because it would... let me just draw it in for you. If I did do that, now that has created an X here, 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 and now these things have become 1, which I am not allowed to do. So, in fact, what we're saying is there's not an X here. And therefore, this is green-yellow. Because, again, I know there's a green-yellow cell here. That forces this loop to do this. Now, this can't be none loop because it would create a diagonal. I guess we can just do that, and rather than going into Battenberg's again. I don't think I've ever eaten a Battenberg. Do they have flavor? I'm not sure. Okay. Row 7, column 8. Let's see, 10, 9, 8. I mean, I feel like there's lots of desserts that do not really have a flavor. They just have like some sugar in them. And having only ever seen pictures of them, I don't have any evidence one way or the other. Why does the water extend? Oh, because if the water doesn't extend, I've made a closed loop. Yes. Can't make a closed loop. Otherwise, this puzzle would be very weird. It would turn into the Vistamafel puzzle. Spoilers. So there we go. So we get to separate that. I don't know if I've ever eaten marzipan, actually. I'm not sure. So yeah, so that loop goes there. I mean, this loop can't take up too much space. I need to get to 6 in this column, but but I'm not quite sure yet. Inside needs to continue, separating the blue from the rightmost pink. Where are you from, by the way, Ambrose? If you're willing to say, I feel like I think I remember thinking something, but I think I probably made it up, but I'm not sure. I either remember correctly or I am wrong. Row 6, column 9 is inside. Yes. Oh, okay. I did remember correctly. Okay, so you're pretty nearby. I was not sure if I invented that. Okay, so Jay Dyer's point is if this is not inside the loop, then that forces these to connect. So this must be inside the loop. So it is green, yellow, but therefore that creates that edge. Row 6, column 2. This one. Otherwise, we end up with something like this. I don't quite see that one as cleanly. Good point. So, oh, do I know this has to come down? Oh, right. It's the same exact thing. If this ends, this peninsula connects all of that. That's the point. And I can't connect all of this. Because then I would have air below water. That's the point. Okay, so the point is I can't really put a vertical line there. And if I can't put a vertical line there, then this therefore connects and is that. Okay. Now, Garion is pointing out that I need to make sure I get to enough water. So if all of this is land, all of this is air, then I have used all of my air for the row, and so everything else would need to be water, and presumably that would be bad. It would be particularly bad here because I would have a water that branched. I would have a loop that branched, right? No, because this is air below water. I feel like there's a phantom land I know about here, I think there's a phantom land I should know about here, but that I don't fully understand. So this 3 now can't take that corner, and so this 3 definitely takes this corner. In order to make it 3 appropriately. Also, this line has to go somewhere, and it can only go there. And so it has to go somewhere, and so it can only go there. And so now this has to come down like this. I feel like I screwed up somehow. Maybe not. Maybe this is right. But now the 3 connects here, and so now definitely these all have to be water. No question about that. This is inside the loop, and so it is green-yellow. Right, but this could still be yellow. Oh, I've got all my water in this row now. Because now I've got 6. So now all of this is air. That was unexpected. So that definitely means I need a border there. Which means that this is inside the loop. So this is now yellow, is what I'm saying. This has been upgraded to yellow, which means that this is not there. I really like the inside the loop, outside the loop kind of logic. This is outside the loop, so I have to keep them apart. I know I can X this cell so that I look busy. There's certainly a line here. There can't be a line connecting these two or I complete the loop. But now this has become assuredly inside the loop. Chat points out that this column is done with water, so these are land, or air, as the case may be. I can see the little baby T-Rex forming here. Let's see. So that means there does have to be a line here, because I can't have water on top of air. That would be silly. If this was water, I would have to put an X in the grid, so this is not water. This, therefore, is inside the loop. I can't create a border here because it would create a split. So this is still inside the. Oh, I guess I could have done that much more easily. It's on the other side of a line, therefore it's inside the loop. That would have worked equally well, or arguably much better. Take your pick. Let's see. I was just noticing that this 4 is done, but that's probably not very useful. Oh, this is in the same region as this, so this has to be water. I have a water that I can percolate down. It's always a trick in pencil puzzles, is never knowing if I'm supposed to think about things or if I'm supposed to do the rote things, like percolate the water down that I already have the X marked for and everything. Right, this is part of the inside of the loop, so therefore this is this is green because I now have inside of the loop being green over here. So this is inside the loop. If this is not inside, yeah, if so, this is Garian's point. If I do that, which is the only other way I could do this, now this one, somehow I have to get this edge out without touching this one again, which is never going to happen. So in fact, this one does that with this being inside the loop. That's cute. And so therefore we can X, oops, wrong kind of X. We can X these because this one cannot be touched again. And so therefore the loop we know goes down and around and around and around. So we've got all of that. The water budget in column 5. Yeah, we do need to make sure we get here in column 5. Column 1 might be a little bit easier. Column 1 needs a bunch more water. Okay, great. So, so note, this is now loop water. Gross. So now we can sort of fill in what happens over in these spots. Our loop water has to persist over to here. Like that. Now this has to separate because the loop in the bottom row is water. So now this is not in the loop, so it's not yellow, so I need to separate it from yellow. And then we just close it here, and that's the loop, right? Give or take. Probably not. Probably I should gray X that instead. Let's see. So this is outside the loop. So it can be purple. So this is outside the loop, I guess, is one more thing I can say, because water in the last row is loop water. Potable is the right word, I believe. It's a Jeopardy word, I feel like. This persists to the right, and so that does that. And so now in column 5, I need everything else to be water in order to get to my water allotment. Or my water budget, I believe someone in chat called it. So this now does that. These pachinko around like that. And that does that. Oh, good night, Jay. Thanks for stopping by. This now has to be part of the inside of the loop, because otherwise I have created an X of the bad kind of X. So that does that. This is now the last water cell for the row on the bottom. So therefore this is, I mean, not therefore it's in the loop, but it is factually, it is in the loop. And the rest of this is green. And this is green out of the loop. So there's a line here separating them. I think if this is out of the loop, I think then we connect these two things and we're not allowed to connect them. Yeah, I believe that. If this is out of the loop, then we connect this water to this air in the wrong direction. So this is in the loop. And so I think I finally got one of those deductions by myself. I think, maybe, possibly. I should not speak too soon. I know that all of this is outside the loop. So the answer for the betting tree was land outside the loop. If you are remembering what your betting tree was. So right. So if this now connects down, like if this does this, I've now again said these are connected, which they can't connect. So that doesn't do that. So that's an X. Which means that this is green yellow, which again forces this. Thanks for stopping by, Pulverizing Pancake. Hope to see you around again soon. Same exact thing would happen here if I made this vertical line here. So this is also an X. And so I can again sort of percolate that, do my little coloring like that. Oh, and now I need two water in this column. Those are the only two things that can be water in the column. So those have become water. So that has extended that and has extended that. This now can't do the thing, because if it did the thing, then I would have a loop in the inside. So it doesn't do the thing, and so instead it does that. Which percolates the water forward here. And so that forces the rest of this. That forces the rest of the loop here to do that. So that is green and yellow. And yellow. I need to separate these two, exactly as Ambrose says. And so if I've separated those, that has caused the water to percolate around here, to do that. And now I have a 4 clue in this column, which is going to force this to be water. Uh-oh. Oh, no, that's possible, because I need to put the water above the air. Sorry, the water below the air above the water. I need to do that, and then I do that, and then I think we're done. I think. I think that looks right. Hey, Panthera, by the way. Woohoo! I just need to keep reminding myself whenever I'm doing an aquarium puzzle to call it air and not call it land, because then it's very confusing. But yeah, that was very neat. I feel like I learned a lot from doing that. And if you enjoyed this, you should be seeing a whole lot of pencil puzzles coming up next Sunday. So look forward to that. Alrighty, yeah, that was a very cool puzzle. I enjoyed that. Yeah, nice loop shape, as Naverio says, very satisfying. Alrighty, I'm gonna dig up whatever the next most voted on puzzle is, so we will be back shortly. So I will see everyone in just a moment. Alrighty, we had a multi-way tie at 8. But we'll do this one because the other things involved in the tie were all 5-star puzzles. And I only have 55 minutes left, and so I feel like with 55 minutes, I might be able to do a 4-star puzzle with Amino in the name. We will see. We'll do our best. So let's talk about this puzzle. So we need to divide the grid into regions called polyominoes so that no two polyominoes with the same size share an edge. So much like in... I don't know what I was going to say, but I could have a 4 omino next to a 5 omino, for example, but I can't have two 4 ominos touch. That is naughty. You're not allowed to do that. Killer cages. The numbers in a killer cage add up to the top left corner. Note here, numbers may repeat because the way that this is going to work is I'm going to put inside every philomeno the digit which contains its size. So, for example, I could put a, I don't know, I could put, say, an octomino going like this, and so these would be of size 8. I need to turn that off. Conflict checker off. And then this could be part of a separate 4 omino, and the point is 8 plus 8 plus 4 is somewhere around 20. Okay. And then we also have little killers, so we have the sum of things along the diagonals. Okay. If anyone here has done this puzzle and knows a good bet cell, let me know. The thing I immediately see is that I can put a line between any two cells where the sum is odd, because I know that they can't both have the same size, and so therefore I need to put a line there. Everything that's part of a sum to 4, I know is a 1, 2, 3, so that applies there. It applies here. I know that these 5 cages, or maybe there's only one 5 cage, I know those are from 1, 2, 3. These are from 1, 2, 3, 4. Because of that. Now, because the largest digits that are allowed in this puzzle are a 9, it just specifically says there are no philomenoes of size bigger than 9. This 24 cage can't have any digits in it that are smaller than 24 minus 18, which is to say these are from 6, 7, 8, 9, which is to say that there's definitely a barricade here along there and along there. Just by virtue of how big the numbers have to be. These are from 1, 2, 3, 4, except this is on a 4 diagonal, so this is from 1, 2, 3 as well. This is from 1, 2, 3, this is from 1, 2, 3. If this is at most 3, these, I guess, maybe that's not so huge. Oh, there's a 3 little killer? How on earth have I found all of these things and not managed to identify the 3 little killer? Okay, well, that's not great. There's a 3 little killer, which must be 1 plus 2. So if this is 1 or 2, then this is 2 or 3. And if maybe I don't quite know about those yet. Yeah, so one of these is a 1. One of these is a 1, so therefore this is not a 1. So that's the point. One of these is a 1, and one of these is a 2. So this can't be a 1, and therefore must be a 2. And so we get our digit dance for the 2. Bring out Zach for the 2. Woohoo! What-a-ba-ba-da! It couldn't be a 1, just to, in case you are not familiar with philomeno logic or you haven't seen this before. This couldn't be a 1 because a 1 is in a region by itself. It is a 1-size region, and so it can't touch another 1-size region. So this is more than size 1, but that means whatever it is, it touches one of these cells. And as soon as it touches one of these cells, well, then it has to be one of them, and it can't be the 1, so therefore it is the 2. So this cell is a 2. And therefore this 4 cage is not a 2-2 cage, because if the 4 cage was a 2-2 cage, that would be 3 2s touching. That's not going to work, so therefore this is a 1 and a 3. And therefore this is a 2. And so we get more borders and some colors. I'm excited for the colors. So let's, we're going to use this autumnish palette, I believe. Maybe not. That might be a little aggressive. We'll try this vibrant palette. We'll see if we hate it. Let's do that. Just picturing how amusing I found it, that when Simon was like, I hate this color. This absolutely can't be a 3, because it would make that a 3, and those aren't going to... Oh, sorry. I can't do math at all. These two cells now need to add to 3, so therefore they are a 1 and a 2, but this can't be a 2, so therefore that's the 1 and that's the 2. I just did not math that correctly. By the way, I'm going to throw a betting tree up here, just speculating that we might get to that somewhere around the end. So that's yellow. That is pink. Looking there. Okay. I feel okay with this so far. Right, okay. This cell can't be a 3 for the funny reason that it would make both of these a 1. So that cell can't be a 3, and that cell can't be a 3. But now this 3 has only one path. Several people in chat were pointing this out, and it took me a bit to understand what was going on. But the point is now this 3 now looks like that. We'll make it a nice burnt umber. And now these have to be 1s because otherwise it doesn't add to 5. So we will do that. And therefore these are both yellow. Therefore neither of these is 1. So these sum to at least 4. So therefore this cell, these sum to at least 4. So therefore this cell can only be a 1 or a 2. But if it was a 2, that would be a huge problem, I think, because then I would need these to add to 4, and they can't. So now this has to be a 1. So it can be yellow. Yeah, the new color palette, I think needs a little... Or the new color palettes, I think, need some thought. But, you know, nothing wrong with that. I didn't expect them to be perfect out of the gate. Yeah, so this is 2, 3, or 4. This can't be a 4. Actually, neither of these can be 4, because if either of these were 4, the other would need to be a 1, and it can't be. So these are actually a 2, 3 pair. So this cell is the same as that one, so this is also a 2 or a 3. How do you change the colors? What do I need to do here to change the colors? Oops, I didn't really want to do that. I have not found the option to change the colors. But I'll be honest, I'm not really excited about finding my own colors. I really want someone else to do that for me. I'm not that kind of gay. These two are the same, because this has to get out through there. So therefore, this is always even, chat has pointed out. So this is a 6 or an 8. If this were 6, 6... Okay, this can't be a 6. Because if this were a 6, it would make that a 6, which would then make this need to be a 12. So that's not going to work. Oops. If this were a 7, this would be a 7 and a 7, and that would need to be a 10. So that's not going to work either. So that does all manner of things for us. At least a little bit. Yeah, if weird things are going to happen if this is 9, 9, and 6. Because if this is not, if this is 9, then this goes 9, 9, and this is 6. And the 9 plops up here into the 10K, or sorry, into the 16 cage. The 6 comes up here, and now this has to be a 1, which does not work. So this is 8, 8, and 8. The 8s are only allowed to go through one of the cells in the 16 cage. I don't know which. I'm going to guess it goes through that one if I were to bet. But we will see. Let's see. I don't think I understand the argument that the 2 has to extend right. Oh, this is a 26 cage, so therefore it has to be a 9, 9, and an 8. I just never noticed that. But yeah, the only things that are allowed in this cage are 8s and 9s, and there are 2 9s in it. This can't be a 1, because that can't be a 4. I'm trying to understand. Martin has a point here about this that I don't think I understand yet, but I am assuming I will get there. I can just go ahead and fill in that those are from 6, 7, 8, 9. Why not? There's probably an interesting combination of using the math of this 12 cage and this 14 little killer to think about what this is. Oh, the claim is if the 2 goes up, these need to be an 8, 9 pair, and then something weird happens. Like the 8 would go down through here and here, and then... but the point is both the 8 and the 9 have to escape through a 17 cage, and they can't, because then an 8 and a 9 are in a 17 cage with another digit. Okay, that is very clever. So the 2 does go here. I agree. Okay. And so now the 8 has to go there. And if the 8 has to go there, then that's a 6. And so then the 8 has to go here. Let us put in some borders before continuing. Like that. Okay, so that is all nice. I mean, I'm assuming the 8 is going to go up here, and then these are going to be 9 and 9, but I don't know yet. For sure. I don't think. We're going to have a very satisfying 8 to color once this is done. Can this cell possibly go here? It can go there, but only if it's a 3, and that's what's probably going to happen. I think we're going to have to prove that this 3 has to go up. I'm trying to imagine the world where this is a 2-3 pair, and... No, because that could still be a 3. Never mind. Okay. Wait, it can't go up? If the 3 goes up here... Oh, right. If the 3 goes up here, this would have to be an 8-9 pair. It can't possibly be. That would trap the 6. So this 2-3 does go here, which is huge, because now this cell sees a 2-3 pair. Right. So this cell really can't go up here, because if it did, these would need to be an 8-9 or a 9-9, and they can't be, because of this 6. So now the point is, this is a 4 and that's a 1. Wait, but that's broken immediately. What's gone wrong? Something is going wrong. Because where's the 4 going? Oh, right. Because they doesn't... Right. Got it. It can't be a 4 because it can't escape. But it definitely sees a 2 in one of these. But it can connect to the others. It can connect to the 3. It can't connect to the 2. That was the thing that I was missing. So this is a 2. So this isn't a 2. Therefore, this is not a 3. And if that's not a 3, this isn't a 1. These can't be a 2-2 anymore, because if these were a 2-2, I mean, I don't know that they ever could have been a 2-2 if I actually looked at the 5 cage. But if these are a 2-2, one of them is definitely going to end up touching this 2. So these are a 1 and a 3, which makes this a 4. No, I've screwed it up again. They do have to be a 2 and a 2. How's that going to work? We'll figure it out. It's got to be. So that's a 3. That's a 3. Uh-oh. No, this is all kinds of broken. Okay. We screwed something up badly here. How bad is this? So this, I believe this is still 2 or 3. This still can't be 2. So this can't be 3. This can't be 4 because it doesn't touch anything that could be a 4. So this can't be a 1. Once that can't be a 1, this can't be a 3 anymore. I really don't think this can be a 2. If this is a 2, that's a 2. That would have to be a 1, but this would have nowhere to go. So this can't be a 2. I think this is a 3 and a 1. So that's a 2. I do not know. I must have either made a bad mistake, or I must have either logicked wrong or just like taken something out of a number I had not intended to. So therefore that is a 1. That is a 3. The 3 definitely comes at least to here. We don't know. Oh, we do know. This cell has to be the 3, because if this isn't a 3, what is it? And the answer is nothing. That's like the Killomino step. So that goes there like that. Okay. Yes, right. These two are in the same omino. So they're either both 2 or both 3. But if this was in the same omino as those, that would give me 3 2s in an omino. That's not going to work. So therefore, this looks like that, and this looks like that. And so these are, that's a 2. These are a 3, a 3, a 3. These are a 2 and a 2. We can color these in this this sickening color. Let's see. There we go. So we've got all of that. Okay, so now these 2 digits need to add to 10. Sorry, these 2 digits need to add to, yeah, these 2 digits need to add to 10. So they're either 5 and 5 or a high and a low. I missed a border at the bottom. Oh no. Thank you for telling me. That is much better. All is right with the universe again. Oh boy, this 31 diagonal is suddenly very interesting, because now the 31 little killer only has 4 from these, so it's saying these 3 cells add to 27, and the only way that happens is if they're all 9, which is gorgeous. So that is a very handy thing to discover, is that a bunch of digits in your grid are 9. Can this 9 enter this 19 cage? I don't think so. I don't think this digit can possibly be 9. If this is a 9, I need these 2 digits to be non-9 digits that add to 9, but I only have 5 spaces in which to put them. So this is not a 9, funnily enough. But I can't put a 1 next to a 1. Oh, could I, sorry, I think I could actually do, I think I could do a ridiculous thing. I could do that. I had missed that possibility. That's almost certainly what I have to do, uh, is to do that. In my brain, I think I was trying to make it I was trying to make 18 and not 19. I think that's the problem. Because, if I make 19 without using the 9, then the total size of these things has to, You did one by Peter Venus, I know, Ranks, that was similar. The 6 is definitely going to enter the 20 cage, and so the other digits in the 20 cage are going to have to add up to 14, which means they're almost certainly going to be 6 and 8, as the only other option is 5 and 9. That is a good point. Okay, so Garion phrases the thing I was trying to figure out in a way that is coherent, easy, and useful. So thank you, Garion. If I don't put any 9s in this cage, then the largest digit I can possibly put in it is a 6, which is a problem because 6 plus 6 plus 6 is 18, which may be what I was trying to make this cage add up to, but is not the actual total that is in this cage. So there's definitely a 9 in this cage somewhere. Is the point. I mean, 559 still has a 9 in it. My claim is just there is a 9 in it. Oh, this 41 little killer has become kind of interesting. So those add to 7. So these cells need to add to something else. 34. But this one is at most a 3, so these 4 need to add up to at least 31. But one of these two is a 6. So the remaining ones, so these add up to at most 15, I guess is the point. And so these need to add up to 16 or more. Is that correct? So these add up to 16 or more. And so this is a 7, 8, or 9, I guess, is the takeaway. So based on whether this is 1, 2, or 3, I can calculate what this cell is exactly, because because this cell has to be 2 more than that one. So this is a 3, 4, or 5, I might as well point out. And so if this is a 3, 4, or 5, I definitely have a border there. This 3, 4, or 5 probably has to go there, right? Can this 3, 4, or 5 possibly, like, do that? That's not possible, right? Right. Right, okay. Yes. This 3, 4, or 5 has to escape up. If it goes down, then the only way it works is, even for the first step, is that it's 5, 5, and then this is a 9. But now the 5 goes here, and now I have a 5 and a 9 to finish in these two cells. So this cell goes here, and what that means is that this has got to be 3 and 3. There's no other way to make it work. But as soon as this is a 3, that tells me that that's a 1, just by maths. So I can color this cell in yellow. These two digits need to add to 13. So if this were a 3, that would need to be a 10. Is that true? Did I do that math right? I think no, sorry. These two cells need to add to 11. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong place. Well, the 3 can't go down. 3 still can't go down. Because if the 3 tries to go down, the world has problems. So these 2 digits need to add to 16. So they are 7, 8, or 9. But I think I'm going to realize they both have to be 8s, because if they were 7 and 9, I would have to escape a 7 and a 9 out of here, which is maybe just possible, annoyingly. If the 3 goes here, it creates a second 1. That's the point, when people say by Killomino reasons. So we get another burnt umber in there. So now these 2 cells that do add to 11, they can't be 3, 8. Well, what's this cell? This cell can't be anything other than 7, 8, or 9, for sure. Oh, and 7's not going to work anymore, because if this was a 7, it would have to get 7 cells in these 6 cells, which is a problem. So these can't be 7 anymore. And so if that can't be 7 anymore, that means this cell's only 2 or 3, I believe, which makes that 2 or 3 as well, because it has to connect there. So now that I can't fit 7s in here anymore, now my only way of making this work is as 8 and 8. My 8 definitely escapes through the 17 cage. So my 17 cage is going to need to have a 1 in it, because now the only digits that I can put in here are 1, 8, and 9. And so there's got to be a... So the only digits I can put in here are 1, 8, and 9, but I can't put a 9 in here at all if I can only use 1, because then I've got to do 1 and 8. So this is definitely an 8. Over here. So this is a 1, 8 pair, in fact. I've got to be careful that I don't accidentally make too many 8s in my octomino. Octomino. If this is the 1, does that create a problem? Or is the problem if this is the 1, or is neither of them a problem? I'm not quite sure. I feel like this has got to be resolved, but I can't quite figure it out. Okay, only one of these is an 8. Is a worthwhile thing. The 41 got more interesting. Okay, so these cells already sum to 7 plus 8 is 15 plus 3 is 18. So these 3 cells sum to 41 minus 18, which sounds like 23. And if these cells sum to 23, that means they are... No, sorry, that's not it. Oh, sorry. These cells sum to 23, but these 2 cells sum to at most 15. And so, yeah, so they sum to 23, and one of them is a 6. So the other 2 need to sum to 17, and so the point is that these have to be a 6, 8, 9 triple, weirdly enough. If this was 6, 8, I'd need another 6. If this was 6, 9, I would need a 5. So I think this cell is always 5 or 6. The smallest digit you can possibly fit in a 25 cage is 7. So these are from 7, 8, 9. So there's definitely a border here I can draw in at the very least. Row 4, column 3 is not 8. You have 2 8s in the 26 cage. This is an 8. Yeah, if this is an 8, this now has 6 8s in it. Which is going to force that to be an 8, so that these are 8s, so that this is actually an octomino and not going to include that 8. Because I can't, yeah, exactly as Isabella says, I need to avoid connecting the 8s. But now this 8 goes through the 26 cage, and that's not going to work because my 26 cage needs to have 2 9s and 1 8. Uh-oh. That's already 9 cells. Okay, so never mind. So I think we can do this much more simply. I think if this is an 8, I know that one of these two is an 8 and these two are an 8, but that's already 9 cells. That's too many. So this argument is simpler than that. That is a 9. And therefore, if that's a 9, I think this has to be the 8. Oh, maybe these 8s, maybe this 8 is different from that 8. I don't think I actually know. That's obnoxious. I mean, it would be very natural for this 8 to look like that. That would be 8 in everything. It's all I've ever wanted out of an 8. Let's see. How are you getting the 20 cages is 668 triple? I know there's a border here. Oh, the 41 diagonal? Right. These were a 689 triple is the point. And so therefore these are 68. And therefore if these are 68, this is 6. Completely forgot about that. Thank you for the reminder. So we've got our 6 here. The 8 diagonal does tell me that these two cells are equal. So this is a 1, 2, or 3. That is worth filling in. So if this is a 1, 2, or 3, I don't know that that immediately tells me anything exciting. Row 6, column 5. Being 6 would box in the 6. Row 5, column 6. Row 6, column 4 is 6. I don't understand what's going on with the 6s. People are telling me all kinds of cells all over this piece. If this was an 8, it would box in the 6. Ah, right. Okay, yes, right. If this is an 8, then now the point is that's a 6, and now the 8 has to escape through here, and now the 6 doesn't work. Got it. Okay. So that's a 6, and that's an 8. Understood now. So that creates that border. And now that means that my 8 needs to stay away from this. If this was an 8, my 8 would be too big, because my 8 would have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cells. So now that's the 1, and that's the 8. Looking like that. This 8 needs to continue escaping because it's currently not at 8 cells yet, so therefore that's an 8. This 9 therefore needs to escape there, which now makes that an 8, which now makes this an 8. This 8 is currently at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the other 2 cells in this cage, one of which is an 8, need to add to 17. Yes, so these are an 8-9 pair. There's no 7. So let's see, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. This needs to be an 8 as well. This 9 needs to keep getting out, which makes that an 8. My 8 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, my 8 is now 8 cells. So it gets to color. We're going to bring some blue into the world. Oh, God. We're going to have regrets about our parentage, but we'll survive. So we get to draw in that. The 9 has to keep getting out. My 8 is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, my 8 goes here. So this 8 is also done. So this 8 is... I now feel... The other day when Simon was solving one of my puzzles, he just said, like, very emphatically, I hate this color. And I at the time thought that was a silly thing to think. But I now have similar feelings. Okay. So I've got some 9s going on. There's a 14 that's finished. Got it. So the 14 is finished. With a 3 and a 3 and a I have to enable the letter tool. There we go. And a question mark. Will you let me put a question mark in there? Why won't you let me put a question mark? We'll just put a B there for now. We'll make a note to figure out what that was later. Yes, so in the beta version of Sudoku Pad, Sven is experimenting with how he wants to incorporate new colors into the thing. And to be clear, my saying things are not working is not a criticism. This is very new. It's in the beta. He's just in the process of figuring out exactly how he wants to implement all of these new colors. So the color palettes at the moment are a bit, I keep falling back on the word aggressive when I use them. But it will get fixed. It will be awesome. That is the plan, I believe. Okay. So those 8s are done. This 9 probably doesn't go in the 8 cage. Is that at all interesting? I have been told that you can customize them by pressing the Alt mouse button. It does not. I have not yet figured out what Alt mouse button people are talking about, because I've right-clicked, left-clicked, and center-clicked, and none of them have let me customize the colors. But I very much do not want it to be my job to pick colors that look good. Click and hold. Okay. So if you click and hold, then you can drag. But I think the... Oops. I think the... Okay, now I need to unclick and hold. Let me get out. But I think it will be chosen so that there is a good collection of colors at the end. Okay, so what's going on with this 8 cage? Is that what I'm supposed to look at? I mean, I know this cell's the same as that cell. Row 5, column 7. Can't be 7 or 8. Yes, if this were 7 or 8, it would do all kinds of bad things to the 6. So this is not 7 or 8. Oops. We're getting out of the pen tool now. And so therefore this is a 6-9 pair. That is very clever. So this is a 6-9 pair. And so question mark, question mark, question mark. Okay, so this cell's always a 6, right? If this cell is not a 6, my 6 can't finish. So I think this cell's always gatekeeping. This cell's always a 6. Let's see, and either the 6 is going to do this, in which case it needs one more cell, or that, in which case then it's done. This cell is a 1, 6, or 9, I suppose, but that doesn't feel helpful. The 19 cage can only have one 9 in it. See, Screaming Ice Cube asks if this can be 6. So, okay, so help me understand what's wrong if this is my sexomino. This is my sexomino. Is the problem with these 9s in the 19 cages? There's a 15 little killer. Apparently there is a 15 little killer that I should look at. So Ranks has done the math and identified that there are at least 2 9s and a 6 left to fill 34 cells. I'm just going to believe that because I don't want to count. And so as a result, because 9 plus 9 plus 6 is 24, that means I only have 10 left to add. So I cannot, Ranks says, make this a 5 plus 5. Isn't 5 less than 10? Is it because of the 8? Am I also having to take into account the 8? But the 8 could be like a 3 and a 2 or something? Yeah, I don't see why 5 plus 5 doesn't work. I see why... I see why it has to be either 5 plus 5 or 1 plus 9. But I don't think I see why it can't be either of those. So that certainly tells me that this cell is a 5 or a 9. So this cell's assuredly a 5 or a 9. So this is either 919 or whatever. Well, we were already accounting for the 18 9s in Ranks' count. But yeah, we were accounting for 2 groups of 9s. So the claim is if I try and fit 5 omino down here, then I can't not make the 9s touch. That sounds messy to argue. So here are 6 cells that contain neither 6 nor, or sorry, maybe, yes. Here are 6 cells in the grid that contain neither one of the 6s nor a 9, nor one of the 9s we already know about. And there are 10 total cells that we don't have. So therefore, if I did put a 5 omino down here, that's 11 cells, and we only have 10. That's my argument. Oh crap, but we can put 1 9 in here, can't we? We just can't put 2 9s in here. Oh, but that one is. Okay. Sorry. We can do this. These 4, I can put 1 9 in here in the 19 cage. I cannot put 2. And therefore, these cells contain at most 1 9 and at most 0 of the 6 that's here. There might be a 6, but it would be a whole other 6. And so I can't also fit a 5 omino down here because I only have 10 cells left. And that would now overflow my 10 because I've got up here at least 7 cells, so I can't put the 5. Okay, so that means this is not a 5. These are a 1 9 pair. So if these are a 1 9 pair, this cell's got to be a 9 in order to make that work. And this is a 1 or a 9 in order to make the sum work. Do I know which of these is the 1 and which of them is the 9? One of these is probably making me connect 9s that I don't want to connect. But I can't quite see it in my brain yet. These are a 1 and a 9. And then these are a 1 and a 9. So these two are the same, is what this is saying. So these are either both 1 or both 9. I do not know. I do know that this 19 cage can only fit 1 9. So what if that's not a 9? Then how many 9s can I fit down here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so that's okay. Yeah, these two are the same digit, I know. Can this digit go here? Maybe that's the point. Can this digit and this digit be the same? If this digit and this digit are the same, well, they can't be both 1s. They could maybe be both 2s, in which case I would need these to add to 15. Which I guess they could do as 6 and 9. That would be a very natural... Although the 6 can't get up here. It would have to be a new 6. And if I couldn't have a new 5, I certainly can't have a new 6. So I think that's not actually possible. So I think they can't both be 2. They can't both be... Or it can't be a... 1. Could this be a double 3, I guess is another question. If these were a double 3, then I would need these to add to 14? No, 13. I'd need these to add to 13, which would imply the existence of a 4 omino, which is probably fine. I don't think there can be a 6 in the 19 cage. If there's a 6 in the 19 cage, I have to invent a new 6. And I don't think I have room for a new 6. Let's see. Nell says this has to be 6 because otherwise this 19 cage is going to get 2 9s. So if this is a 9 and that's a 6, I don't think this is something I can see, unfortunately. So I can't have a 6 in this 8 cage because it would require putting 2 1s next to each other. So I do know, just for the record, that these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I will go ahead and put a little circle around the 2 cells that I know are the same. I think, annoyingly, this can just grow there. Oh, it's interesting. I completely missed that this was a 4 diagonal. This being a 4 diagonal is very interesting. So if circle is 3, this is a 1. If circle is 2, this is a 2. If circle is 1, this is a 3. I feel like I've been completely ignoring this this 4 little killer, and I feel like it probably will pay me off if I figure out what's going on with it. Can I rule out this being 2? This would be 2 and 2 and 2. So the 2s would look like that. That would force this to be a 1. The 2 would go here. I'd have a 4 in the 8 cage. Okay, so what if gray is 3? So if gray is 3, this is a 1. The 3 has to go here. These two need to add to 8. And so in particular, sorry, these two need to add to 5. This can't be the 3, or this could never be a 3. So the 3 can't go there, and so now the 3, I agree, now the 3, only place it can go is into the 19 cage more, and that's 3 3s in the 19 cage. Okay, so I agree. Circle is not 3, so therefore this is not 1. I mean, I do have to add once I realize that there's 3 3s in here and realize that I can't put a 10 in one of the cells, but I am 100% willing to add 3 3s together and note that I can't put a 10 in the cage. So if this is a 3, then that's a 4. If this is a 2, then that's a 2. I am confused by this last little bit here. So there's always a 4 in the 8 cage. Is that the claim? So if this is a 1, this can't be 2, 5, so it would have to be 3, 4. And if this is a 2, then because of that 2, this would be a 2, and this would always be 4. So yes, there's always a 4 in the 8 cage. I do agree with that claim. So we do have a 4 over here somewhere. So probably the 19 cage is a 9, 2 4s, and a 2. So there's no 5 in here at all, which I guess we already knew. Yeah, so if this is 1, this is not 1. If this is 2, this is not 1. If this is 1, then this is not 2. And if this is 2, then this is not 2. So yeah, so this is always 3 or 4. So it's either a 4 with double 2 up there, or it is a 3 with a 3 with a 1 and a 4? I don't know. Do we know for sure there's a 9 in the 19 cage? Is it easy to see that there has to be a 9 in the 19 cage? Let's see. I'm being told that this definitely isn't 1, because this would have to be, these two would have to add to 7, and that they can't. Let's see. Similarly, someone says this can't be a 3. If this were a 3, right, this would need to be 3, 1, 4. The 1 there. I don't know that I can see this as easily. So the tricky thing with 1 is getting these 3 cells to add to 18. Right. Okay, so if this is a 3 with a 1 and a 4, now this is a 3 because of the little killer, but it's a 3 that only has 2 cells it can take. So I agree this is not a 3. It is only a 2 or a 4. Let's see. Yeah, Nella's saying that you can sort of like grind this out if you look at these and the 19 cage, but that it's messy. What can the corner be is a very reasonable question. So the corner can only possibly be 1, 2, or 3 itself. And I don't even know that all of those are actually possible. So I don't think the corner is actually ever 2. Because if this is 2, then the 2's end up going like that. And if this is 1 and that's a 1, then That's the one I feel like I have less control over. This digit's only a 1 or a 9, I agree. Oh, right, if this is a 1, that's a 3. That's the point. Okay, so this is a 1, that's a 3, and so then that's a 3. Do I know the 3 doesn't go out like that? Right, because that would make this a 1, right. Okay, so this is never a 2. So the corner is 1 or 3. The knowledge that there is a 4 somewhere is very interesting. Under what circumstances can I put a 4 in the 19 cage? I probably want to put 2 4s and a 9 with a 1. I fear. Row 2, column 7 is a 4. Otherwise, we can't fit. Let's see. If this is not a 4, then either we try and fit a 4 in these 3 cells, or we try and fit a 4 into these cells, which would involve making this digit a 7, which it cannot be. So I agree. This digit's always a 4. That feels useful. And if the 4 doesn't go into the 19 cage, does that give us a problem? Oh, I guess the 4 could go in the 19 cage there, though. So let's see. This 9, if this 9 wants to not go into the 19 cage, it only has, I guess, exactly enough cells to finish, right? Yeah, I have to say, this is not my favorite ending to a puzzle I've ever done. If this 9 doesn't go into the 19 cage, then the 9 has to look exactly like this. It has no other options of what it can do. I think that actually forces some 9s, because if the 9 does go in the 19 cage, it still needs to take 3 of these cells, right? And that means the 9, I think, always needs to take this cell. Oh no, yeah, but the problem is once I say this 19 is once I say this 9 is allowed to go in the 19 cage, it can get in there in all kinds of ways, not that one I just showed. Actually, maybe it can only take this cell. Actually, this might be the only cell that it can take, because I can't let it touch these 9s. Okay, so I think we might be able to prove that this digit has to be a 9, which would be huge, I think. Because Isabella says this is broken in some way. Because if this is broken, then I think we have a good shot at maybe finishing the puzzle. Because if this all being 9 is broken, yeah, then I can't put a 9 in the 19 cage. And if I can't put a 9 in the 19 cage, I don't have numbers nearly high enough to get to 19. So I think we can say that this is always a 9. Which now means that this 9 can't go there. So this 9 has to go there, making that a 1. And now the 15 makes that a 9. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cells over here. So if this is a 9 and a 1, I need these two cells to sum to 9. That's going to be impossible. Maybe not quite. No, I can't put a 6 here. That would be too big. So I think this being a 9 and a 1 doesn't work because it makes the parity here wrong. It makes me have to put a divide in this. So I think this does have a 2 now. I think this does have to be 2, and that's 2, and that's 2, and that's 4. That's 1. Oops. So I think we have to color. We can't let the pressing need for barbecue turn us into cretins. So now these two digits need to add to 8, I believe. So they have to be 4 and 4. And so I get my 4s here like this. And 4 needs to get its own color. So 4 can become... let's see. We have not used this this shade of purple yet. Which, you know, is probably a good thing in the grand scheme of things. So, oh, this is a 1 that can go around like that. So someone was saying something about the 6 having to do something. Yes, the purple is also horrible. We're just embracing the horror of the colors today. Okay, so now the 9... If I look at the cells this could take, even that's not enough. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the 9 always needs to take that cell for sure. Only 6s and 9s are allowed. If I believe that, which I definitely am willing to, and for reasons of barbecue, that's definitely a 9. So this is definitely a 9. If the 6 goes up, why can't the 6 go up? Because that would make... because this is not 9. Right, if the 6 goes up, this 9 is only 8 cells in size. That's the point. If the 6 goes up here... oh, wait, but the 6 going up doesn't mean that's a 6. But the point is this can't be a 6. Because if this is a 6, then it takes both, and then the 9 becomes 8 cells. So this is always a 9. That's always a 6. But now this is 9 cells. So now it's done. And it's going to get a color, which may or may not be mind-shatteringly horrible. Let's find out. Actually, after all the colors we've looked at, I find that one to be not the worst that I've ever seen. So this now has to be a 6 by faith and Ransk. So this can be light blue. And now these things mean the 9 needs to come here. And now I believe we are done after we finish our coloring and our bedding tree, which is going to go require a little bit of effort. But there we go. There is the 9. And so we have, by the way, if you were skeptical of Ranks counting, we have now proved Ranks counting because now we have covered the entire grid in things. And so we have to look just a little bit of Sudoku to finish our bedding tree. Can't be 1, can't be 2, can't be 4, can't be 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. So yes, the bedding tree is a 3. Congratulations to Bremster and all of the other 3 betters of the world. Thank you very much to everyone for hanging out today. We'll be doing more windmill voted. Oh, that's right, color. That's why why solution check hasn't procced yet. I see. Yes, we've got to color it. Yes. Thank you to everyone for joining us for this Windmill Celebration Day. Friday is also Windmill Celebration Day. So all of you people who donate to the stream at the windmill level or above get to vote, and I'll just do whatever puzzles people vote for. If you are interested in supporting the stream, one way to do that is by clicking the like button, which really helps people sort of find the stream and discover it. But if you're interested in supporting financially, you can do that by clicking the join button down below. It gets you benefits like the green names and the Zach emotes, which Zach loves. I also love them, I admit. We're also celebrating the turbines. Turbines are a form of windmill. That's just how biology works. And so if you do that, then you get several options as to how exactly you want to support the stream, how much per month, that sort of thing. But if you support at the windmill level or above, then you get to vote on what puzzles we do. So we'll do those next time. But yes, thank you to all the supporters from fans, windmills, turbines. Thank you, Grockles, for deciding to name them the fans, the windmills, and the turbines. Thank you so much to everyone who supports us, and I will see you all next time. Bye for now.